What's up, people? This guy is criminally insane. Don't trust him. No, it's okay. He's Ozzy Osbourne Pocaco.
Welcome everyone to Fandango Friday after dark.
Because it's 9 p.m.
Uncensored, the uncensored version of Fandango Friday, fucking Fandango Friday, where anything goes. There are no rules. There's no time restraint. There's nothing. You can play music. You can tell jokes. You can tell dirty jokes. You can curse. You can bring naked women on. You can do reviews.
Right.
You could do reviews of anything you want.
It's my kind of show.
You can talk about topics. You can talk about toppings that go on ice cream. Toppings, topics, hot dog toppings, anything you want. Anything goes. We're not restricted like some other shows. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You know what I mean? So anyway, it happens to be the beginning of November. To remember, the winds of November come early, 2019. Here's my co-host, Eric, as otherwise known as Thomas Middle, the 75 Massachusetts Beer Review.
Bam. What's up?
How are you doing, sir?
It's going, I guess. We just did the Food Fridays with Alex, the Beer Master, reviewing appetizers. I brought some pretty. I got 3 of them left. I brought some pretty crappy toasted ravioli as my appetizer.
Toasted ravioli.
From my local pizza joint. The pizza was way better than the ravioli. But hey, what you gonna do? You're gonna go to a rave in Nazi-Buko it style.
What did Alex bring?
He brought macaroni and cheese bites. They're like breaded macaroni and cheese
for God's sakes. Breaded macaroni. I mean, macaroni and cheese is bad enough unless you get it at Whole Foods or Trader Joe's. But, if you get crap, I know it's crap, but if you get crap macaroni and cheese, you're dealing with processed cheese-like substance. It is not real fromage.
No, I think he gave it. I think he was generous with like a 94 out of 100 rating.
All right, we have here Mr. Greg Svensson. I'm having MDMA flashbacks. Awesome, thank you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Greg Svensson. Is that Scandinavian? As in Yumpin Yemeni, Swedish, and meet the balls?
Last I knew, Craig Swenson lived in the state of New Hampshire.
As long as he's not in a state of confusion. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if somebody was that rich that they actually created their own sovereign government? Well, not necessarily an island, but a state, and called it confusion. The state of confusion.
That's where we all live. That's where we all go from time to time.
Now, chaos is amongst us. We are living in the end times. Chaos, as in like get smart, which spelled it with a letter K. Chaos is all around our society. Yes, we have beverages to talk about, so be patient, people. But you know, chaos is around us. I mean, society is falling apart. The the uh, the heterosexual world. I mean, the heterosexual relationships have been destroyed by the neoliberal man-hating feminists. And you know, you can't say anything to a woman. You know, you get fired if you compliment her dress at work. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, you can't. You know, people. When I was, well, I'm the Wizard Ozzy Bucco. I eventually, you know, at one time I was young. When I was 18 years old, I became legal drinking age to go out. In those days, you could be halfway decent looking. You could be funny looking. You could walk around with a hat like this. You can be good looking. You hooked up quick, and sometimes you snuck into a public bathroom to have sex with the girl you hooked up with. But today, everything is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Everybody's walking on eggshells.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's walking on eggshells, and then they want an all gender restroom, for God's sakes, and they think that people are going to be like platonic.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Give me a break. Ain't gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't gonna happen. Let's see,
Well,
Mr. Svensson. Mr. Svensson, hold on. Let me catch up on Mr. Svensson. Where is Mr. Metal? I can't see him because I will put Mr. Metal 75. Wait a minute here. Hold on, Mr. Svensson. What's going on here? There he is. By golly, there he is.
Hi, people.
Okay, all right. Where's Mr. Metal? Can't see him now. Now you see him. Norway. My grandparents moved. Oh, you're a Viking. You have Viking blood in your veins. Thor. You need that. You can actually buy the Thor's hammer as a workout tool. They sell them now. They're actually they're quite lovely. Oh, you're in New Hampshire. Oh, so you're subject to all the great craft beer of New England. Very good. Feminism is a cancer. Feminism is a cancer because they're trying to sabotage heterosexual relationships because they hate men. Okay, you know. Now, speaking of feminism, I'm all for women voting. They called it suffrage. Meanwhile, now we're going through a suffrage of not getting the sex we used to get back in the day. That's suffrage, and as far as I'm concerned. But women, I'm all for equal pay for equal job, and women voting if they can do the job equal to a man. If they want the same pay and they want the same job, they have to do the same work as a man. Don't be like James P. Madonna told me. He's at work and the girl has the long manicured, artist works of art fingernails, the dragon lady nails, and she goes, "Oh, could you help me lift this up? Oh, could you help me do this? Could you help me do it?" No, none of that. You do the same work. That's fine. But socially, see, they want their cake and eat it. When it comes to making money, they want equality or even special treatment. When it comes to social life, they want the man to do everything, pay for everything, make the first move. And that's not equality. True equality has to be equal across the board. Board.
The board, my good sir.
Like we're actually broad certified gynecologists, actually. Amateur gynecologists. We got our medical degrees through a correspondence course. We're broad certified, like Trump University, except the Wizard Ozzy Bucco University. So anyway, equality has to be equal in all aspects of life. And the Wizard Ozzy Bucco is the guiding light to the 21st century and beyond. And God knows you young men out there need a guiding light to give you sound, practical advice. Now, Mr. Svensson is saying, what does Mr. Svensson say? The last comment. Okay, feminism is a cancer. Now, I just want to show you what I have here before we go on to the next topic.
Yeah.
I have Cruzan Dark aged rum, which is probably like an añejo, like a hoe, you know.
Oh,
Aged rum by Cruzan, which is St. Croix, Virgin Islands, people. All right.
I think it looks good.
And it's no, you know, working, you know, trying to do a show in a bat cave is not easy.
True that. Very
40%, 40% alcohol by volume, as they say in the Adirondacks and Ozarks. Alcohol, 40% by volume. And I've had the Cruzan Black Navy rum, which I could not find, and I was very surprised that they only had two kinds. They had the white rum that Jay Therio likes to display, and which is good for mixing, you know, like pina coladas, so what's that famous drink, mojitos, I think they're called.
Yeah, the white rum.
Yeah, Mike, white rum is good for mixing. But anyway, they call this dark rum, so I'm going to pour it. And oh, it smells nice. It's I mean, it's very refreshing, especially with tropical fruit. You know, they're all smoothies actually. All those rum drinks, you know, like Mai Tais and Scorpions, and so let's try it out.
Manhattan.
Yeah. Or the Planter's Punch, which is the national drink of Jamaica, Montego Bay. So what do you have aside?
I'm finishing a product right now from the last stream I've been on. I have a beer that I think you had recently in the last couple. Was it Friday nights? I guess, and what must have been. I actually have that main beer company lunch right now.
Oh yes, I've seen that.
I'm liking on that. It's 7%. This particular can or bottle was done on the 22nd of October 2019. So fairly fresh at 11%. And I'm towards the end of said beer, so I'm going to need a said new product in a hot minute. But I'm liking this one. It is got a lot of lacing, as one can tell. It's got the good New England style kind of hazed look to it. It definitely has, towards the end of the bottle here, it definitely has a very sweet, almost sort of smoothie, or I want to say cotton candy, almost like sweetness, but it kind of has that fruit juice smoothie note to it. Almost has a lactose kind of a nose to it, but there is no lactose in it. We only have Amarillo, Centennial, and Simcoe hops, and American two-row care pills, caramel, 40L, Munich 10L, and red wheat. So I'm getting the illusion.
Red wheat.
Yeah, I don't know why I saw that earlier, and I've had this beer before, but I can't. I'll have another beer with red wheat, but the wheat definitely gives the beer a certain smoothness and a fluffy texture.
Well, many of the IPA, New England IPAs, and the New England craft beers that you present does have a fruit smoothie look to it, and I always enjoyed your reviews over the others that I have seen from the dimension I live in. I have seen the other reviews from other beers, and I think the New England craft beers, the IPAs that you present, are the most refreshing looking, simply because they have a fruit smoothie appearance to them, aesthetically and evidently aroma and flavor.
They go down. This one is going down pretty smooth, and it's going down just like you would think a smoothie or fruit cocktail, fruit type juice would. At 7%, there is some of the alcohol, but not a whole bunch. It's just delicious, smooth, easy, refreshing, light to medium, more of the medium body, probably crisp, clean. And I mean, that is fucking delicious beer. God damn it.
Yeah, it looked
on
really.
The other channel, I was on 94 out of 100, so I'm gonna go ahead and confirm 94 out of 100 for Maine Beer Company Lunch India Pale Ale. There's not, I mean, our good buddy Ronald Cherio would, as he would say about beers that have really good high ratings and scores, it's all good and really no bad.
I think I brought lunch. I've had lunch before and I liked it. Now you got heat for that stick on label. I
got heat for a stick on label from another IPA I was drinking the other day. But then again, what the hell do you think this is?
Hey, what about wines? Don't they have stick on label?
That's a stick on label. You're damn right.
I mean, I haven't seen a fine wine without a stick on label.
You'd be hard pressed to I don't know. I think you'd be hard pressed to not
hard pressed.
You would be you would be,
yeah.
How do I want to put this? You'd be hard pressed to not find a lot of beers that have stick on labels. Even Stone Brewing Company, their crap is stick on labels. They may be the fine, like clear looking tape on versions, but it's so much cheaper to do the stick on labels and that kind of stuff. And I don't know, this doesn't look that. This is a nice glossy piece of material. It's very nice, and I mean, listen to that. It's very it's very sturdy. It's a very sturdy constructed bottle. The label is really nice and it's done on really high gloss paper. I just think it's done really well, and it's so easy to make these labels and to put them on your beer bottles. And I don't know about people that say that they have a problem with these kind of labels, because I don't know, this looks like a high class product to me.
Well, it's easy to find the important information on a simple stick on label like that. I mean, you know, it's simplistic. It's easy to find the information that is important to locate.
Put a hazy New England IPA and Vienna sausages in a blender, and then I use that as a lubricant.
Now, what Mr. Svensson said, that we're really not all equal. We're different, and we should honor our differences. Well, this is why I don't know what plan God had, but women are definitely a royal pain in the ass, especially if you are a beta male and you allow a woman to put you in the friend zone. Now, that is a very confusing subject. How do you prevent a female from putting you in the friend zone, which means that you're going to pay for everything and not get any sex? To put it in layman's terms.
No.
Get it, layman, getting laid, layman's terms.
Yeah, laid man.
Laid man. Now, the friend zone you don't want to be, because it makes you a beta male. I mean, that means you're a nice guy. They pat you on the back. They tell all their friends, "Oh, what a nice gentleman that wizard or that Eric is, or that Craig is. Oh, what a hell of a nice guy. He'll make a fine husband, a sucker. I mean, yeah, someday." So pay all the bills. You don't want to be in a beta male. You want to be an alpha male. You don't want to be in the friend zone. Now, there are guys out there that feel macho and they're conservative, they're right wing, and they feel good about doing everything and paying for everything and being the breadwinner and all that shit and making the first move. Men have enough stress in life. They have a short lifespan compared to women. Men have it tough as it is. I think it should be like some of the dating coaches, like Apollonia Ponti says, it should be reciprocal. If you're not getting any reciprocation from the female and sharing things, then it wasn't meant to be. So that's the whole thing. You don't want to be in the friend zone. Now, Getting back to you said you want a rum Tyrio. Now, Ron Tyrio refuses to ever try Ron Jeremy's rum, which is Ron Jeremy. He refuses to try it. Maybe because Ron Jeremy was in porn. I'll try it. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't make it and stick his pubic hairs and his schlong in there. His sweat from his balls are not going into the flavoring. You know, yeah, I'd be willing to try it. What about Mr. Svensson there? Oh, he said, ha ha, hearty ha ha. All right. Simon Smith, it looks like a pretty good bottle label. You're damn right it's a good bottle label. Yeah, I like it. It's simplicity. It keeps the cost down. You don't have to pay some artisan, you know, to make a painting for you, fancy painting. You could find all the information lickety split on a label like that.
Yep.
And I think we should have a GoFundMe to get money for this gentleman right here, Eric, so he can have a constant supply of craft beer. He'll have
that would what? That would be I'd be drunk all the time. Wait a minute.
well, Whiskey Scout and Jay has tons of hard liquor, and they're not luscious. At least not that I know of. I only know them from the internet.
True dat. I don't know about you and your Vienna sausages, Craig Swenson.
Now, lubrication. Speaking of lubrication, Mr. Greg Swenson, do you know that they have personal generic KY jelly at the dollar stores here in New Jersey?
Ew.
Yes, they have generic. Hey, who cares as long as it's slippery?
God.
You know,
might as well use what nature gave you then.
The only thing I wouldn't trust is the home pregnancy test from the dollar store. That wouldn't.
How accurate are those? You're right.
Yeah, the home pregnancy test. But they have more and more things. I mean, don't. If
you're on such a budget, you need to be shopping at the dollar store. Chances are you probably got knocked up a bit. They don't even know it.
They even had condoms at the dollar store. They had a really manly name to it also, and
Skyrockets in flight.
Yeah, skyrockets in flight. Afternoon delight.
Slippery when you wet. Rum Jovi. Yes, that was a song by Rum Jovi, all right.
That's about two hillbillies getting laid in a barn, right?
No comment.
A roll in the hay. People that roll in the hay. That means you're banging somebody, right?
Roberta has no comment.
But I read the Atlas. That's the word. There were Atlas condoms, and they were in the dollar store.
We got a problem here.
What happened there? Oh, it's empty. That's not good.
No,
that's not good at all. Skyrockets in fright. Old Frankie is here.
There he is with the noodles.
No, I have soup.
Oh, wait a minute. Volume.
I have some delicious.
Turn up.
You got no volume on you.
Turn up the volume. What's that song? How did it go? Crank up the volume. No, still kind of low.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Barely.
I'm getting beer. You talk.
Yeah, go get your refill.
Go get my refill.
Anyway, welcome
All right.
to the Wizard Ozzy Bucco show. Anything goes, so you can say anything you want, and you won't hear anything.
I don't know the kind of day I've had. If that'd be a good idea.
Well, you don't have to say anything you want, but that's what we do here. Check your microphone volume again, because I could just barely make out what you're saying.
This mic is messed up. This one's mashed up.
Okay. Yeah, this is like an anything goes. Now, what is Greg Swenson? Let me catch up on Mr. Swenson. Lickety Split sounds like a Ron Jeremy film. Yeah, well, Ron D. Jeremy is probably made with child labor in Costa Rica. I wouldn't be surprised. His rum is made there. Slippery when wet, rum Jovi. Okay, rum Frankie is here. No, I don't think he's having rum.
All right, is that better?
That's 1,000 times better.
Okay, so what I had to do was this gaming headset mic is messing up, so I had to switch my mic over to my webcam mic, which is just right down here. So tonight I am having pizza soup. So it's just a can of, 2 cans of tomato soup with whole milk. And you put mozzarella cheese on the bottom, layer of tomato or a layer of pepperoni, mozzarella cheese, pour it over it, serve, eat. There you go. Pizza soup.
That's interesting.
When I was in school, when we had soup day, which usually was about every other Thursday, they'd give us either chicken noodle or pizza soup. And I always got pizza soup, and ever since then I've just been stuck on it.
I guess, they say the reason why soup is popular with seniors is it's the easiest food to digest. I mean, you can probably make soup. You can make any concoction.
Well, there's a lot of possibilities you can do with pizza soup. So you can do like what I've got here, just mozzarella cheese and pepperoni. And I don't know what happened here, but I was doing dishes and the bowl cracked. I don't know what the hell happened, but anything you want to do with it, you can. You have a meat lovers, so you can throw in like salami, ham, bacon, Italian sausage, hamburger for meat lovers. Throw in veggies for veggie lovers, supreme, do whatever you want. Mexican style where you throw in 3 cheese, pinto beans. I mean, possibilities are endless.
So how would be hosted?
Yes.
The I remember my grandmother making split pea with smoked ham, either smoked pork neck bones or ham hock or pork hock. Or no, that doesn't sound right. Pork hock? No, ham hock. Ham hock.
Yes.
But the neck bones had more meat on them. And she used to do that, the pea soup with that. And it could be lentils. It's just like a vast array of things you can do with soup. You can get a crock pot and, and just let it go overnight. And, it's good to go. You can do chili. One time I made venison chili from my brother-in-law. He brought me a couple pot roasts from his hunting trip, and that was a treat, making venison chili with kidney beans.
Yeah, here's all you do with this. You just get a big pot, put about this much milk above the soup, stir it about every 5 minutes. So you stir it and back stir it to where it's nice and thinned out and creamy. But you just keep it on like in between low and medium, so like either like 3 or 4 on the stovetop. Just let it simmer, and it turns out really creamy. It doesn't boil off a lot of the milk, so it's really good. Makes it really less acidic, I think.
Well, the next time you go to the Asian market, look for plain dried ramen or udon or whatever they got. All right, let's say ramen noodles that comes in a bundle like spaghetti.
They've got them.
Yeah, and you could boil them in any concoction you want. So what happened, Mr. Thomas Metal 75 must have lost his beer inventory. I wonder where he went. Let's see what no soup for you. Oh yeah, the soup Nazi from Seinfeld. That's right. No soup for you.
Sorry about that.
No soup for you. Remember when George Costanza says, "I didn't get bread. There's no bread in the bag." He took it away, gave the money back, and said, "Don't come back. You're banned for a year." No soup for you.
Well, since you're speaking of ramen noodles, I'm going to show you something. Let's see here.
Now we got spam. Spam. I can't really. I've had it. I tolerated it. Not crazy about it. I love scrapple. Bananas. Oh, this guy wants to put spam, scrapple, and banana in a blender? Okay.
All right. So if you like spicy food and you love ramen, Korean Fire Noodle Challenge. I've done these. These are really fucking hot. I've done a video. Took me about 15 minutes or so to eat the whole bowl. So the challenge is you eat a bowl of these noodles. and you cannot have anything to drink or eat while eating these noodles. And I can promise you, these are one of the hottest fucking things you will ever eat. Now, some people think these are not hot enough. Try these, the double spicy. Oh, these will. Ooh. I'm not going to describe what this is like. This is just painful.
Well, I know Korean barbecue is known to be spicy, and we have quite a few Korean markets, and they I guess they like spicy food because it's a northern country, I guess, and they do have winter there. But it's great. I've had those soups from H Mart. That's the name of the Korean chain of markets, and they have a whole aisle of those soups, all different types.
Yeah, just getting back to these. Once you drink milk, you'll feel better. What to expect when you're eating these? Expect your face to turn red. You'll sweat a lot. Your eyes will water. Your nose will run. Your mouth, your tongue, your throat, all down in here will be lit up. But if you drink milk, you'll get relief. These, nothing will give you relief. You take a sip of milk, it actually makes it worse. So you pretty much got to strap yourself in and just be ready because you're going to be in for a ride.
So it's like pouring water on a grease fire on your stove. It'll just get worse.
Yeah, trust me, it gets a lot worse.
It's like, yeah, I know. I think milk. Yeah, water usually doesn't help with the real hot chili peppers.
What's up?
Hey,
All right, I brought a beverage.
Talking about these, that's what we've been talking about.
I've had those before. Oh yeah,
super hot.
they're pretty,
Instant Asian soups, not the crap from the American food industry. The ones that are imported, they're excellent. They come in all different styles. You know, you got seafood, fish, bonito flakes. You got anything.
Are you having a mojito or what are you having?
This is tonic with the new Amsterdam gin. New.
Oh, gin and tonic. I love tonic water.
For some reasoning, all I have is Diet Schweppes tonic water, which is a little less flavorful in my book here. So I do have actual club soda, which is even less flavorful, but at least it doesn't have a off flavor of Diet. But some people really like Diet, so whatever. But yeah, this is a bargain. This is the American style gin. It's not the Plymouth gin. It's not nautical or whatever.
How much was it a bottle?
It's not that kind. This is more on the fruit sort of forward side of things, but it does obviously have some of that juniper berry pine needle note to it, but it's much more fruit forward. So, bubbles.
How much was it a bottle?
This bottle was 40% alcohol by volume, and it is like 15 or 4. I think it was $14.99 for the 750.
Not bad.
No, and I think it's actually really well done gin, and it actually does win and do good in competitions for its category and style.
Now, Mr. Greg Svensson, it's the same legume. Garbanzo bean and chickpeas are the same, synonymous. You ever notice a garbanzo bean looks like a human buttocks, an ass with the crack? Take a close look at a garbanzo.
So does a peach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to use the eggplant and the peach emoji every chance you get.
Oh, you're right. Could you do a double peach?
It sounds like a rum drink right there. The double peach.
Mm-hmm.
A double peach. So anyway, what I started off for those that are new viewers is I brought the Cruzan aged rum from St. Croix Virgin Islands, 40% alcohol by volume, and I was looking for the black navy rum, but it's hard to find because the liquor store owners say that people don't like the strong molasses aroma and flavor. Oh, the garbanzo beans. Yeah, they do look like an ass. They're not the same. A chickpea is a garbanzo bean. Never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
God.
Oh, now, what James said the other night, Craig Svensson, I want your opinion. If you were doing 69 with a real hot female and she farted in your face, would you continue to do 69 with her?
No.
Even, I mean, she's really hot looking and young.
I'm sorry, that's disgusting. I'm sorry, that's just straight up disgusting.
Yeah, well, that's the nature of this deranged show. But let me see what Svensson what he thinks. He's still talking about the chickpeas. All right. I'm almost 100% positive it's the same bean, legume, chickpeas, garbanzo beans. You would continue to 69 the female, and you would finish her. Yeah, I agree with you. I would, because afar from a hot young female is not the same as from an ugly female. It's you tolerate things if she's that hot.
And plus, I'm married, so.
Well, yeah, you got to say the right thing. You can't go hog wild with what you say.
I guess not.
Yeah, we were talking about the Coach Adams, giving advice to single guys out there not to be put in the friend zone with a girl that you'll end up being platonic. Pretty much,
I think I just got, before I met my wife, I think I got friend zoned once. And once I got friend zoned, I was like, bye, sayonara.
Yeah, once you're in the friend zone, the coaches say it's very difficult to break out of that. You got to really work hard to get out of it once they put you in it.
Yeah, I'm a bit lazy and unmotivated. So once that happened, I'd be like, bye.
Plus you get a lot of compliments. You pay for everything. You get pats on the back. That's about it. Yeah. Let's see what. Now, Greg Swenson, you're very knowledgeable. Hold on. Simon Smith just bought a Weil Heinz Stefaner Fest beer. It is very light, like a lager. I love it. But I think of the Fest, like Uncle Fester on the Addams Family, as darker, sweeter. I am just confused. Now,
yeah,
Eric,
that's what, if my recollection is correct, if you go onto the Internet Judging Certification Program Guidelines, BJCP, I think a Fest beer is exactly what you described, and an Oktoberfest and a Martzan are more of the darker versions and more of the toastier notes in the beer, similar to a Vienna lager. So yeah, Fest beer, Martzans, Oktoberfest, and even Vienna lagers are all very similar, but they have their slight differences according to judging guidelines.
Judging guidelines.
that is a very
judge this, mother.
very good question and an even better answer. I like deep probing questions on this show. Yes. Now, Greg Svensson, have you seen Ron DeJeremy's rum in any retail store in your state of New Hampshire?
Ron DeJeremy.
Is Ron DeJeremy? I haven't seen his product in any of the liquor stores in New Jersey. Yeah, he's a beer master, but at least he won't talk about oatmeal and Pop-Tarts for like an hour.
I can't. I don't know what to say about that stuff.
Yeah.
I like year-old dark rum from Panama.
I like Pop-Tarts. I like cinnamon roll flavored.
Yeah.
No shame.
Some people do a whole show on one of those products. What could you say in an hour about any of them, really?
Well, when I was a kid, my flavor that I absolutely loved was wild berry. So, yeah. And I still love wild berry Pop-Tarts. No shame.
There's Pop-Tarts. There's Hot Pockets, oatmeal. There were shows done on that for a length of time. Oh, now have you seen? Getting back to Mr. Greg Svensson, the Norwegian Viking. Have you seen Ron Jeremy anywhere in your state? Probably not, right?
Somebody rated it on the Master of Malt website and said it's gross. It's really like a low quality 70s porn video.
Oh, you mean
What?
the review on the rum? It was
Yeah,
horrible.
and somebody else said Ron Jeremy, the adult rum.
The adult rum. Well, he's trying to. He's selling it. He's using his name to sell garbage, pretty much. It doesn't surprise me. You know, it's a sleazy industry, so therefore, all business enterprises by a sleazy industry celebrity is going to also be sleazy. You know, it's like having a boxing promoter come out with craft beer, or pro wrestling promoter, you know, or
You see, I'm trying to understand of what the gist of that's supposed to be. Low quality, like a 70s porn video.
Yeah,
I'm not quite grasping this, because in my mind, when I'm thinking 70s porn, how in the hell did it even exist anyway? Because, like, polyester, I've worn it before. My parents used to wear bell bottoms. I mean, they were children of the 70s after all. And I tried on a pair that they had stored away, and I put it on, like, how in the hell did you all wear this shit? I'm like, first of all, I would find this the most uncomfortablest thing to wear. I'm like, the bells on the bottoms are kind of cool, I guess, but just this material is itchy. And I'm like, I guarantee you, if you were having a hot date, you'd be too busy scratching all over to have sex. But that's just me, though.
you know what? Polyester trousers were extremely uncomfortable, like old Frankie says, extremely uncomfortable. They were. Hold on, he shut his volume off. I just want him to hear me.
He is talking to people in the household. Live on stream.
Yeah, so all right. Anyway. Very uncomfortable. It's not a breathing material. It's sweaty. It's like wearing plastic. Then you have the leisure suits. God only knows. I mean, it was the style. I realize it. Frank Costanza wore one on Seinfeld. That was polyester too. Leisure suits. I was just telling everybody how terribly uncomfortable and non-breathable the polyester material was.
And not only that, I mean, just too busy itching and scratching from wearing polyester. I'm probably assuming that it's going to involve some kind of Camaro with Marlboro soft packs. Just so completely stereotypical 70s and boring.
I think that that polyester is probably a great name for a daughter. If you have a daughter, Polly, middle name Esther. I would consider naming her that.
Not if she's a Gemini. Oh, hell no.
Did you hear the big news out of the NBA? The Lakers are forced to play half court against the Grizzlies from Memphis as a wildfire consumes the south end of the Staples Center.
Oh my goodness.
Holy crap. I think that's a joke, The Onion, but I mean, the great state of Colorado is on fire right now. It's not great.
Okay, who threw out their joint?
I don't know.
Okay, we have,
Someone did.
See the photo there. There's the photo.
Oh, there we go.
The court's on fire. Damn.
Uh-huh. Wow,
All right. Whoever threw out that joint is now responsible for getting that half of America a contact buzz. Congratulations.
Okay. No. Wildfires, not joints.
Well, if it started by a joint, then that inadvertently is going to cause a contact buzz for that half of the country. Like, they really need to be on weed out there in California. They're already kind of dumb as is.
Note, this show does not condemn or support the ideas of old Frankie.
I mean, I like marijuana. I used to smoke it. I support legalization, but some people just should not smoke it, just like some people should not drink.
Well, the Lyft and Uber drivers whose main office is in San Francisco, their GPSs are all screwed up and full of glitches. So I wouldn't be surprised about your statement about the brain cells of the average Californian. I mean, I would.
I mean, my home state of Virginia is now so blue that people are calling it East California.
Yeah, I just thought of the South Park episode about when New Jersey people were like invading the rest of the country. It was about Jersey Shore. It was a satire of Jersey Shore.
Oh, the Jersey Shore.
And we have Shining Yona. Oh, it's him. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys.
Oh,
All right.
All right, well, I'm going to do some dishes. I'll be back here in a little bit, okay?
Okay, don't take it personal, Mike. He's leaving when you came on.
Good talk.
What's going on in California? You were just taking a dump on your state, by the way. Not great.
Well, what happened in yeah.
I was talking about Lyft and Uber's GPS being screwed up. I don't know. That's
Well, the issue with I think Lyft has cleaned up a bit. You know, they've tried to really stay on top. They still have some of their issues, some disciplinary issues too, but still a good company. I think Uber's really the one that has a lot of the controversies that they continue to, keep under the hood and such. That's a nice hat that you got, and that's a nice sweatshirt that you guys got, by the way. Very, very nice. Very, very festive. Appreciate that. And I think also what in California the comment about was about what happened in Virginia and in Kentucky earlier this week. That was quite interessante. Mixed feelings, glad about it, but at the same time not happy about what's going on in my party. But without further ado, have a beer to review, or if you guys are ready.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. We were talking about all different subjects. Go ahead.
Oh well, you are just you're varied. You're quite varied.
We're very varied.
That's
Very. It's like a tongue twister. All right.
That's very nice. That is a tongue twister.
Very, very, very varied. I can barely say that.
Wow.
Leisure. This is Leisure Lagoon. It's a hazy pale ale by Coronado Brewing Company. I think down in San Diego. I think the ABV certified independent. Bing, bing, bing. There it is.
All right.
So they're starting to have more breweries in San Diego. I went to Alpine, Belching Beaver, Ballast, but there's a couple more, I think.
San Diego, I think, has more breweries than San Francisco. Last time checked. Although I think they are both. We are live, Shining City on a hill, live with Leisure Lagoon Hazy. It's a hazy pale ale. I think the ABV on it. It's got a weird date. Ronald wouldn't like that. 5.5% ABV. Looks like you went to the wrong dentist.
He's trying to beam you up to his mothership, to his mother's ship.
The mother of a ship, I'll tell you that.
The first episode of South Park, yeah.
Something like that.
Remember when the aliens put that huge contraption in Eric Cartman's rectum?
Mm-hmm.
He still doesn't believe it.
That was very awkward.
Yeah, I feel I like Towley and Mr. Hanky.
Towley.
Hey, you're a towel. No, I'm a towel. No, you're a towel. You're a towel.
Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Those are
Integrity Farms.
Those are the guys with the weird faces, right?
Yeah, well, Randy Marsh bought a farm and grew marijuana called Tegrity Farms.
Integrity Farms.
And Towley came as a U.S. government inspector to inspect and sample his products. And Towley ended up working for Randy Marsh, and because Towley loves to smoke marijuana. Simple as that.
Just a little bit.
Just just a little bit.
It's never just a little bit, but
There's the beer, everybody.
ahead. Hazy doesn't get any hazier than this.
Is your microphone on low or medium, Mike?
It may be on high.
No, yeah, crank it up because I hear you, but it's kind of like low.
It's a little muffled, huh? Well, that's a high side. That's a high
All
side.
right, don't worry about it. Let it be.
You sure?
Let it be. Let it be.
This is I think hints of sediment. Sometimes particles float upward. So can't really tell whether where the sediment really ends and the bubbles begin. But anyway, good glazing on the glass. Amazing how long these beers can even be chilled for, especially in the wintertime. Wintertime, the beer scene kind of dies down, especially at the breweries. But for some reason, it's always easy to drink a really just nicely chilled beer, man. Just always thought that wintertime was better.
And I'm very happy to see that there are all craft beers on this show, and there's no macros. The peasants, those are for peasants.
You're glad I brought out the gin instead of Pabst Blue Ribbon again.
Pabst-Smear Blue Ribbon, yes. The gin, no, yeah. There's no. I really would definitely bash any Miller, Michelob, but especially Budweiser. How dare they call themselves kings of beer? A self-proclaimed king.
Oh, I had a Miller beer last night. Had a Miller beer last night, and it was okay. It was all right. Had a craving for it. It's not that bad. Had some bitterness on it too, but that's one of the better ones, than all those other low beers. The low beers, and they always be doing that because they want you to drink and drink and drink as much as possible. You're not even really drinking anymore, man.
I don't like chemicals and preservatives. I'm not a fan. Not a fan, like Trump sometimes says. I'm not a fan.
Not a fan. There are no preservatives on this beer. It looks very, very fresh. You'd like it. The aroma is very peachy, very tropical.
I was just wondering what Eric was twirling around. I saw some kind of I thought that was a sex toy, or I thought it was a Japanese cock ring. The ones that have the antenna on it that you pull to tighten it.
Jesus.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Nice aroma now.
Exactly. Beer. There you go. Japanese sex. What the?
No, it reminded me of
Ron DeJeremy knows what that is.
Ron DeJeremy.
Presto, man, presto. Just food at the front, bitterness at the back end, good lacing, good seaside feel. You're getting all the lower bitterness because it's a hazy. Definitely there. High yeast profile, which gives way to a bit of a malt backbone on the beer, which is very nice. And can see that.
Did you say seaside feel, or what was I imagining?
Seaside feel, nice seaside feel on the beer. It's
very,
ocean front, not.
It's very what, Eric?
Ocean front. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like Marblehead Beach.
Yes, fucking Marblehead guy.
Yeah, it's sessionable, very sessionable, very sessionable beer, man. You can have it all day. Well, 5.5, yeah, you can probably have it all day. You can have more of these than a pale ale, that's for sure.
Yeah, like a Genesee cream ale, a Rolling Rock, or a Modelo Especial is an all day kind of drinking beer.
Yeah.
Modelo is a fantastic beer, man. That's kind of more macro beer, but there are some good ones out there, man. There are definitely some good ones because you see macro. You see how well a company does. You see their high distribution. Honestly, they know what they be doing. Here's a look at the can again. Just looks so fancy, man. That's another kind of plus about the craft beers is that they always know how to market a great beer. They have a great marketing job. And I think it's over 350 milliliters, New England style. I think already reviewed this.
Well, you
can
can't
probably see it on my
beat
channel.
the artistry of the craft beer label. That's for sure. I don't know if
Definitely.
I don't know if I showed what I brought, Mike Hilton, but I brought the Cruzan aged rum from St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
That looks delicious.
Yeah, and like I told everyone, I was looking for the Black Navy rum that they make, but it's the black rum from Cruzan is like Kraken rum, except a fraction of the cost of Kraken. It's a heavy, like a molasses aroma and flavor. It's more. I wouldn't say a rum liqueur, but it's moving in that direction. But
probably no malt on there, right? It doesn't have malt.
No, it's sugarcane. It's a sugarcane beverage. But I give this. It's very smooth. I give mine a high rating for the type of rum it is. For the I wouldn't call it dark. I would call it like aged moderate.
Yeah.
Aged but moderate. Not white rum, but not dark rum. I would give it a I give it a 97 because it's really that good, and it's one of the lowest price rums on the market too, from the Virgin Islands. Because those people, it's a poor area, and if you have sugar cane and you have the barrels, you can go in the rum business. Look at Ron Jeremy. He went in the rum business, and except he probably dips his pubes and his balls in the damn.
Ew. What the hell?
Now, getting back to the 70s porn review that gentleman made. What I noticed about 70s porn is the acting is so horrible. It's hilarious and corny. And I remember Candy Samples in Candy Goes to Hollywood, and that's a perfect example on how hilarious it was. And the men had big mustaches. So to Thomas Meadows, 75. Woo! All right.
Did you see The Deuce on HBO?
What? No, I haven't. I haven't.
Oh man, that's all about it. That's interesting that you brought that up because that show just completely engulfs it very well. It's got a great reception. And
well, I saw Boogie Nights with Marky Mark playing John Holmes, a young John Holmes, and Burt Reynolds was still alive. He was the producer.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah, and in those days you had women like Nina Hartley, so on and so forth. And they showed the Southern California private pool parties with all the porn, celebrities, and it was based on the early years. I think Chatsworth, California, was like the mecca of where these movies were made.
Do they still do awards in the adult film industry the way they used to?
I know what you mean. Yes, they I don't know, but it used to crack me up every time it was mentioned in the news about the adult film awards. I mean, what do you give an award based on? Because the acting sucks.
Yeah, and how do you do that with something that's whereas it's kind of underpinned and already the performance, as you said, is low. I mean, what the hell? How do you that?
Yeah, do you give an award on something so ridiculous?
The best BJ in the industry goes to what the
now do they give awards to the fluff girls, Eric? The girls in the backstage that are
probably just the altar boys. Oh,
the altar boys. Well, the altar boys are fluff. They have fluff anuses. They fluff the priest up before he gives a sermon, something like that.
Before he gives his sermon? Well, what?
Semen? No, I didn't say semen. I said sermon. No, the fluff girls, they pretty much give blowjobs to get the guy, give the star an erection before he goes out there. When you think about it, it's not an easy industry, because you have all those people staring at you and the lights in your face. Talk about performance anxiety.
Oh well, you know, the deuce goes down in the 1970s, and then all the feminists. Why do you keep doing that every time I'm about to speak?
The feminists. Oh, we were talking about feminists, about how they're so hypocritical. They want equality when it comes to making money, but when it comes to everything else, they want special treatment. We were talking about the double standards of feminism and how they ruined it for heterosexual men. Nice guys. Well, that's another talk show. We're talking about don't allow the girl to put you in the friend zone, which is complicated, knowing how to prevent that. But once you're in the friend zone, it's very hard. It's harder to get out of the friend zone.
The black hole of relationships, buddy.
Yes, right. Once you're in the friend zone, it's very hard to leave it or to switch.
I mean, anytime somebody says that to me, I'm not the guy to give advice. Usually, I'm the guy who asks for advice. If you know what I mean.
It's very mysterious how not to be in a friend zone. Now,
what I just say, great. Well, when you change your mind, then let me know. I don't really do friendship, and hate not to have you here, but would rather be alone than in bad company. So when you're ready, you send me a text, and that's
actually that's good. That's good strategy, because in other words, what the experts were saying was, don't be texting girls back and forth forever. Don't be on the phone with them forever. Cut to the chase. Get acquainted for about a week.
Exactly. That's kind of like how when a guy compliments women and expects to get something out of the compliment. You're putting too much pressure on it, and then you're making a fool of yourself. You're thinking way too much about the whole situation. Instead, when you, it's not like you're being all, hey, want a party? When you just are short, as you said, succinct. You're talking about being succinct with people. People appreciate a succinct person, not somebody who dilly dallies.
Yeah, you want to progress the relationship. You don't want to text forever. You don't want to say, oh, how was your day? How did your week go? How was work? What did you have for dinner? You don't
Kathy.
Yeah, you want to say, when are we going to get together? Okay, are you free this week? Yes or no? Oh, I tell you, you know how to get in touch with me. You let me know. So now the ping pong ball is on her side to hit, and then you just.
I'm worried that the feminists are like not the good feminists, but the kind of a faux feminists. They be graying it, and they're saying, "Oh well, you can't say that because that's sexist." No, man. Here's what's sexist.
They want equality. They're gonna have to suck it up and deal with it. They want equality.
Acting like women can't handle guys talking to them. That's sexist. That's inherently sexist, because you just said women can't do something.
Well, women.
So that's sexist.
When a woman has the same job title and she's asking me to help her out constantly, that's not equality. If a woman if a woman wants special treatment, but she wants to be considered equal when it comes to making money, but she wants special treatment in a social environment, that's not equality. So the feminists can squawk all they want. In other words, people play their card, whether it be gender card or whatever, because they get away with it. They can lay a guilt trip on you and get away with it. And as long as other people feel guilty and give them power and give them their way, they will continue to do it. So what you said, you hit the nail right on the head. You get acquainted with them a bit, maybe a week, and then you say, well, let's get together for lunch, casual. You don't have
lunch. I don't know about lunch, man. Are you sure? Are you sure lunch is a good idea?
no, lunch can be expensive. How about coffee and a croissant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you're not spending that much. It's like you're not spending that much right off the bat. Like
yeah, you that's only for girlfriends that you're having sex with. If you're not banging them, why spend all that money on them, really?
Well, this is an attitude that I have. I get very touchy in public, but then I keep saying to myself, Mike, even if your goal is to do that, you shouldn't have to be really touchy in public in order to achieve it. If you have to get grabby and provoke the feminists to make to get your point across to a girl or whatever.
But women will give you strong signals, like Coach Adams says. If somebody is into you and they're really interested, they will give you very strong signals.
Even in day game, not just night game with the bars, but even in day game, girls will give you signals, or they will make it very clear that they are trying to make it easier for you. And that is exactly the girls who are not those feminists who, perhaps they mog you whenever you go out because they are trying to get you away from other people. Maybe that's not their intention, but you see how certain crowds act after a certain time, and you just have to be suspicious about how some certain people act.
Yeah. Well, the proof.
I'm not telling you that. I know you already know that.
Well, my sister says the proof is in the pudding. I mean, if it looks, walks, and sounds like a duck, I mean, the woman will make it obvious, and you don't have to stalk anybody. You don't have to nag them. You just say what you just said before. You know how to contact me. Okay, now evidently there are people who just want to talk about liquor and they're not well-rounded. Life and the planet Earth and our Milky Way galaxy is made up of many topics, but there are people, especially Jay's friends, that just want to talk about booze. But anyway, answer this.
I can't do that, man.
Answer this guy's question.
The answer to that question is it's a Wormtown Brewery beer. It's an English brown ale, 6% alcohol by volume. I have never had that beer. However, maybe I should go out and get it. We have they just built a brewery satellite location at Gillette Stadium here in Foxborough. Maybe I should get over there and try that damn thing.
All right, everyone, I'm back.
Yeah. All right, old Frank.
Okay,
I hope the answer to that question was sufficiently done by Thomas Metal 75.
The answer was no. I have not tried that beer.
So, just out of curiosity, if you help your wife with chores and doing stuff around the house, guess what that's called? Chore play. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Chore play.
It's your choice.
Now, in the case of my brother. My brother runs an auto body shop. His wife is not employed. She decided to be a homemaker because why? She had a couple young children with him, which means she's got him according to the law. Now he comes home. You don't find his laundry's not done. There's no dinner on the table. There's no nothing. Now he's running a business. He's paying all the bills on waterfront property. My brother, yes. I hate to say it. I don't want to say he's got a ring in his nose, but just pretend that there's one hanging there. Now, as far as chores go, if I'm spending long hours running a business in a garage, banging out cars, and I'm coming home, you're damn right I want my laundry done and my dinner done. Otherwise, I said I would kick her. She's as useless as balls on a pulp. I kicked that his wife head first with the kids. This is my house. I am the breadwinner. You don't want to do anything for me, then you know what? Move into a little studio apartment with the kids. Get the hell out of here.
Well, then, it sounds like that's about as useful as giving an enema to someone who already has the runs. In
other words, they're thick-headed. You can't talk talk logic with a lot of females.
Here's something that,
Depends. There's been some I have.
You know, like I mean, you have a woman who doesn't work, therefore the homemaker is her job.
Mhm.
She does not work, and you have the husband who pays all the bills, and that's it. And she doesn't want to do anything. But I blame him more than her. It's like a corporation. Why do corporate CEOs get away with shit? Because they can. You know, it's
here's something that feminists do all the time, Missy. They're very, they are incredibly unapproachable people, right? But then somehow, in a situation, for the life of me, can't figure it out. But somehow, in a social situation, they're usually the first to open their mouths, right? And then they say something because they haven't practiced talking. They have hid away from it. Feminists, yuppies, that kind of crowd.
well, I have yuppies
They
living.
always say something stupid. They almost always say or do something stupid. So then somebody has to go over to them and have a chat with them. So then, lo and behold, here you're always saying, everybody's always bothering me. Well, congratulations. Now somebody's bothering you. So that's something that I have definitely seen from the feminist yuppie. You know, I hate everyone crowd.
No, they hate
bothering me, but then they provoke it.
It's a I hate men crowd, because if you're talking nice to a person, if you're saying something proper and pleasant, and it's not harassment. They make it harassment because they just flat out hate men.
Well, they harass people. They harass people all the time, probably more than anybody, any of us know. That I can guarantee you. They do more harassment than, and I have to work in a part of town where they're not in my building necessarily, but just outside. You see it written all over their face. Just they are doing it way more than anybody who I hear them talk about.
Well, let me ask you a question. I asked a few Filipinas in my area, how did you meet your husband? Because they were married to Philippine guys, and there's really only two small Philippine neighborhoods. So I says, well, how do you meet your husbands? Because the both of you are Philippine. Oh, I met him in a hospital. We work in many of them work in healthcare. I met him. He was a coworker. I go, oh, really? And then the first thing that popped into my head is, if you ask coworkers out, they go to HR and then they get you fired for sexual.
Yeah, it can't be talking to people it can't be running game at work, because can't be doing that.
Americans have hang-ups about that, but evidently Philippines don't have hang-ups about hooking up. You know, Asians are doing it at work, so you know. It's an American thing. We're a very fucked up society, apparently.
Well, that's why I have always taken an interest, not to sound stereotypical. Or what was your question, by the way? What was your question?
Well, we were talking about feminism pretty much screwing things up for heterosexual relationships because they have an agenda.
Well, I mean, they do.
Whoops, that's my agenda.
No, it's okay. That's a good agenda.
I got a gin Ricky. A gin Ricky.
Oh, you know what? Some people hate tonic water. I think it's very refreshing there, Eric.
Well, because I only have that diet tonic water, and I had it in the last gin and tonic, and I didn't really choose. I didn't really choose. I didn't really care for it so much. I want plain Jane club soda on this one. So club soda and the tonic water and the lime, and this is so I used the New Amsterdam, which is the American sort of style gin. I switched to the London dry gin, the Tanqueray.
Tanqueray, which is not a tangerine. It's a Tanqueray.
Absolutely not. This thing has been distilled by Charles Tanqueray, and he started in 1830 there in London.
Holy shit!
Produced and bottled in Great Britain for Charles Tanqueray and Company. Again,
What's the other company? Beefeater? I think it's
yeah, there's Beefeater, there's Tanqueray,
Yeah, Beefeater.
Bombay.
Beefeater. Sounds
This is crazy though, because
like a gay porn movie. Beefeater.
people don't think
Long
about
Island
gin like
Purple,
that.
Beefeater.
Tanqueray is 47.3% alcohol by volume, so it's no joke.
Why is it a green bottle, Eric?
Don't know the answer to that question. Uh-oh. I didn't do my homework there, Ozzy Wizard Buko.
That's okay. Not, you know, I mean, we didn't. It's not really that. It's not a formal show, as in, you know, when you do Wildcard Wednesday, everybody has the websites up, and we didn't have time really to do that, to do the research. But
Matthew Goyette apologizes that he offended the Wizard Ozzy Buko with his question on Wormtown beer.
I wonton soup. What did you say? What's it called? Wonton beer? No,
Wormtown.
I don't have a. I definitely don't have a problem with liquor discussions and reviews and questions. It's just that I was in the middle of a deep societal issue in America, and I was in the middle of it, and I thought, like, in other words, when what was it? Maniacal Monday, when Jay Terrio was doing Maniacal Monday, and at the end of the show, he tells James P. Madonna, you know, that guy I know. Thank God he's out with his friends. He was giving me a headache today. Anyway, he tells James P. Madonna, "That's it. Do your music, whatever." The second he starts doing his juice harp, this guy goes, "I'm out of here. Goodbye." And Jay puts the message up, and it distracted him, you know, and it showed disrespect. So that's why, you know, what happened was James had a Irish liqueur called Ryan's.
And he was trying to review it.
Yeah, in other words, Ryan's, as opposed to Bailey's, has chocolate and vanilla added to it. And these were ingredients that he detected in the Ryan's Irish liqueur, but did not get to say it until he found out that it really did have vanilla and chocolate. So then when he mentioned it, Jay is like stone cold, like a mannequin. You know, he didn't say nothing, because when Jay wants to end the show, Jay wants to end the show. You know, it's over. Achtung! It's 8 p.m. We end the show. So he said nothing, and James is saying, "Well, you know, I was right. I did detect vanilla," and he's like staring, like, in other words, that's it. I gotta go watch a game or something like that. Anyway, you know, this is like the Festivus airing of grievances. You know, when everybody gets everything out of their system, which is good. Let it all hang out.
Yes, that's great after a long week.
A long week, a schlong week. No, it could be.
That is perfect after a long week.
You had a long week. You got to speak a little higher there, Mr. Michael Hilton, because your microphone is.
Holy crap! I'm talking and I'm muted.
It's always great to be able to air the classic grievances.
Yeah.
After a long.
What I was gonna say was that there are a lot of people. It doesn't matter what kind of a form of show you're doing. There are a lot of people that like to not have their videos drag on and on and on. So when they say, and a lot of people actually say it live while they're on hosting, they'll say, "We're gonna have a hard stop at this time," and by hard stop, it's literally, even if you're in the middle of talking, we're gonna stop. I'm not saying I'm not saying that positively or negatively. I'm just saying, you know, you could say it positively that people just don't want this thing to go on forever, but it can be taken negative if you're in the middle of a speech and then all of a sudden,
yeah, like, in other words, there are people. I can mention names, but I won't. I probably already did. There are people who have a rigid structure to their show. They present the product the theme. They have to have a theme. They present the theme. They give you the history of the liquor. They give you. They tell you what they notice when they taste it. All the details of the flavor, the aroma, and then they grade. And then they come back and they grade. Okay. Once everybody does that, it's like, now it's time to end the show. End the show. You know, ding. Like the hourglass turned upside down. That's it. That's it. You know. And me, I like to ad lib. I like to see where the show goes in terms of flow. Because, you know, people could say, like, I'll give you an example. The other old Frankie was on the show. It was Thirsty Thursday, and he taught people how to use chopsticks properly to make it easy for people who fumble with chopsticks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I thought that was pretty damn good. That was a tip. That was a tip, and he was willing to show people how to properly use chopsticks. So what's the big deal? So somebody could be, one of these fanatics could have been rude and said, you know, hey, Eric, forget about the chopsticks. Let's talk about this beer. You know, I mean, that would have been really rude and would have been aggravating. But I really like...
One trick pony, yo. That's one trick pony.
Yeah, you gotta have an agenda that allows for that to happen. If that's not what the agenda is, then that's not what the agenda is. But this is a cool environment to talk about whatever the hell you want on a Friday night. Just a full beer bar, literally right here.
Yeah, like we talked about high quality instant noodle soups from Asia.
I know all about those things too. Oh man,
Oh yeah, Real Ale Guide, Real Ale. Simon does a lot of. He likes a lot of pilsners, and he likes also a lot of noodles. He likes noodles and pilsners. That's his favorite, I think, actually.
Oh, you guys can review anything you want. You can talk about even macros. I mean, I won't drink it, but you can talk about it. You know, I mean,
that's the only beer around. You might drink at least one of them, right?
Well, we don't censor everybody here. I don't believe in censorship. So, you know, anybody wants to talk about, like, if Thomas Mel 75 decided to take his guitar out, and I decided to take something out. I mean, don't get that the wrong way.
No skin flutes.
No, that didn't sound good. If I want to take out the drum or something, you know.
Please tell me while you're probing you do not have poor depth perception.
Depth perception?
Yes.
I'm looking straight ahead, Frankie.
Oh.
I'm looking straight ahead. I don't have... Well,
I think you missed it.
I got shades. I think because I have shades on, I think I missed something.
Yes. It's a joke. Someone probing poor depth perception. So please tell me you do not have that.
No, when I stroll in the daytime or even at night, I don't run into things.
Daywalker.
I'm okay.
Nightwalker, daywalker, whatever it's called.
No, I'm okay. I have LED night lights throughout the apartment.
Oh, everybody's in the town of Worcester tonight watching a King Diamond live as we speak.
King Diamond live.
What's King
Diamond's pretty good.
A metal guy.
Was the singer of the 80s metal band Merciful Fate that gained a lot of popularity from later on in the years. I'm not saying that's only where the popularity came from, people, so don't get me wrong. But they gained a lot of popularity because Metallica did a 10-minute medley of about 4 different songs, or 5, on their Garage Inc. album that came out in the year 1998. And then people rediscovered Merciful Fate, rediscovered King Diamond. They're both from Denmark, and he's become bigger than ever, pretty much. So if you like your traditional metal, almost operatic, and kind of...
So someone with poor depth... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If you like operatic and classic metal and Yeah, a little bit of gothic elements, a lot of gothic elements. Then you might like something about King Diamond and Merciful Fate.
Mm-hmm. So someone with poor depth perception, you know how useful they are sometimes? About as useful as a cross-eyed gnome with a bottle of gin and a bullwhip.
Whoa.
Yeah, I went there.
What do you think, Buko?
Well, I know exactly where everything is around me. I am touching my PC. I am touching the keyboard.
Appropriately, of course.
I am touching the monitor. So I pretty much know where everything is. I obviously missed the joke, but
Here's some news for you all. A man sticks cannabis in his nose and forgets about it for 18 years. Might I add, this is not from theonion.com. This actually really happened.
forgets
How?
it's still there.
No, the doctors took it out. So apparently what happened, and here's an image of an actual x-ray of it in his nasal cavity, a balloon of it. So apparently what happened, if we go down into the video, is that he didn't even remember it until doctors took it out, and now he remembered. He said at the time the man remembered an incident in which he was about to go to prison. They don't explain what he was going to prison for. He was about to go to prison, and his girlfriend gave him a parting gift of some weed in a rubber balloon. The man inserted the bud-filled balloon up his right nostril, but ended up inhaling it further than he expected, to the point where he thought he swallowed it. And he forgot about it despite suffering numerous sinus problems since the indica inhalation.
So it got lodged.
Sure,
Like La Quinta or Motel 6.
Oh my god.
there was another article here about marijuana that's real. The article is about how why there's all these ads. This man in Hilton, no pun to Michael Hilton here. Hilton Head,
South Carolina. Been there a few times. It's beautiful.
this man ordered a sweet tea, and he asked for, there's the weather down there. He asked for extra lemon, but now he believes that the extra lemon was code for marijuana, since he found 3 bags of weed in his cup. And he said he only realized it once he was, quote, high as a kite. The man, whatever his name is, Parrish Brown. His first name is Parrish, yes. Brown says he'd never had marijuana, so he didn't recognize the taste. He says he paid the regular price for the items. That's pretty good.
Hey, you only not get fucked up once.
I guess. Yeah, you go on Huffington Post, you can look up weird news. Not safe for work, marijuana, UFOs, conspiracy theories, and good news are all quote unquote weird news stories.
I mean, I'm just still astounded by the marijuana being in his nose for 18 years. How do you forget that?
I don't know. We don't even know what this guy went into jail for.
Probably weed. But anyway, I was at the store. I was at Walmart where I got those Korean barbecue cup of noodles. So I found these. I haven't had these in forever, man.
Miss Vicky. Oh, that Tiny Tim's wife.
Oh.
So I haven't had these in a while. I don't know where all they're distributed, but I know we get them in Virginia and Tennessee, obviously. But I picked up a bag and I'm like, I haven't had these since. Oh damn! When was the last time I had these chips? It's probably been since like high school. But we used to be able to get them at Sam's Club in Bristol, but they stopped carrying them. So I'm curious to see if they're still made the same way as how I remember. I mean, look at that.
Cooked, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks right. Good jalapeno coating. So let's see.
Have like kale in it, all different dehydrated veggies combined.
Oh, and it's good right here. No artificial preservatives or flavors. So there you go.
Yeah, it's probably there's a lot of great chips out there with various leafy veggies pulverized and then combined.
These are actually a lot better than what I remember.
I noticed that they sell that brand a lot at the at Subway restaurant.
Yeah, like Subway will carry them, but you can only buy like the small bags. You can't buy the big bags like that.
Right. You know, I remember I'm playing with the bottle of gin. Let's not play with liquor, children. I remember when I used to work at the dentist's office. You need to get to one stat, Buko.
What the hell is going on?
He's getting anally probed by Martians.
I would
Anyway,
love to know what kind of anal is of the mouth, but then yet apparently I'm no scientist and haven't discovered any new species
hey, you
yet.
never heard of ass to mouth? Come on.
Okay, we're not going human centipede on this. Okay, let's just kind of
Anyway.
dial it back just a little bit.
I remember working at Target a few years ago. And I remember them having one of the greatest selections of potato chips I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
They got so many different flavors of their own brand, and it's ridiculous. I think, what do they have? Archer Farms, and then they have some other brand name as well for their stuff too. Another generic name.
I know, I know Target, the one I used to work at here in Kingsport. I know they carried Target brand stuff, but they also carried like local stuff too.
The Dollar Tree now has hers, HERR.
Hers chips.
Hers.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Can I hear what? What, this? Yes, I got a guitar.
Okay. Oh, we're jamming now. We're jamming.
Nah, we're just throwing the strings.
Did you restring that thing?
Well, this is a new guitar that I've got, and I was kind of confused as to what I saw in the advert pictures on Amazon. I thought this was a full-scale guitar Ibanez, but much to my surprise, it is not a full-scale. It's a Geo Micro.
Well, the word micro should have given you a clue.
Well, it wasn't on the pictures of the headstock. That's why I said it was a little misleading. It didn't show this. All it just showed was like a picture of an Ibanez Geo. I'm thinking, okay, so I'm getting a full-scale Geo. No, it's not. This is almost like a child's guitar.
Well, that thing shouldn't be tuned to anything lower than probably E flat.
Actually, I've dropped this all the way to standard D, and it's played just fine.
That might be
because
as much as you want to go on that.
Because, I mean, it's 24 frets, but the scale length is just a little bit shorter. I don't know what the scale length is. I think it's not a Gibson, and it's not the Fender scale. It's not a 23, 24, or 25. I think this is a 22 scale, but it's got a 10 through 46 set on it. I found that out by doing some research on it.
Yeah, it's probably in between the two, I bet.
So, I mean, I like it. I mean, it's obviously in standard. I mean, it's not tuned down at all. I don't even remember what I was doing. I haven't picked up and played it in like a month or so. Yeah, I've got a guitar. I'm getting back into playing. But this time, I'm professionally learning. I'm not being self-taught.
Yeah, Eric's probably getting his. He plays really good. Yeah, it's time to start playing something. Get you.
I mean, I can't really play anything, so.
Yeah, no, Eric's gonna probably getting his acoustical. Let me get my drum. Tiny bubbles in the wine. Got my Mohogany, otherwise known as mahogany. Mahogany with goat skin.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So let's see here.
I'm back.
All right. Well, since you got your guitar, I guess I will make an attempt at singing. I don't know how well this is going to go.
Oh crap! Michael Hilton plays the bass, right?
Okay. So, how well do you know Cemetery Gates?
I know it a little bit.
Do you at least know the intro?
I know the intro.
All right. Go ahead and give her a crack.
Okay.
No, that's not Cemetery Gates. That's Crazy Train. There we go. That's Cemetery Gates. And I completely missed my cue.
Don't ask me how to play that part. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Excellent.
One, 2, 3, sing it.
Reverend, Reverend, is this some conspiracy? Crucified for no sin. Beneath me, rustling my plans for life. It all seems so wrong. I'm a man cut in half in this world, lifting my misery.
All right. There you go, Azubuko. We got a song out for you.
Excellent.
I mean, I can't sing for shit, so I try at least.
Okay. Nice.
Well, I mean, okay, out of 1 to 10, even though I probably sucked ass, but
Sorry, I can't do no singing.
well, what would you say?
But I know I've seen Fire, and I know possibly Rain too.
Do you know Take Me Home, Country Roads? Okay, you've lost me. I don't know that one.
Fire and Rain, James Taylor.
No, nothing by James Taylor.
I remember that song.
Goodbye. See you later.
Oh, come on.
Country road, take me home.
That's not even how you sing it.
I belong. Sing it, Azubuko. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. I mean, I can do that one, kind of, sort of.
Where, oh, where? I searched the world over and the thought of true love. You met another and you was gone.
That sounds like a country song from way long time ago.
I mean, the only thing country I like is John Denver.
Okay. No, nothing modern, nothing like that. No.
Nope, nothing modern.
I mean, the only modern thing that I really would say that I like is Chris Stapleton. That's probably about it.
You know the country song I like my whip on the traffic side?
No.
To be honest, I didn't think they listened to country music up north. I thought that was just a southern thing, but oh well.
Modern country is such a big thing. It's there. People love it everywhere, including Canada. Yes, Canada.
Oh wow.
Media.
We should get your singer from Oxblood Forge on air.
Stop. Wait a minute. Say that again.
We should get your vocalist from Oxblood Forge on here to sing.
Oh God. Well, that guy is currently attending a King Diamond concert.
Oh well, at least I tried.
Oh, I found it. Okay. Right, you ready, Eric? Okay. Ready? Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight. Wait, hold on.
Gone from my baby, gonna hold her tight.
All right, here we go. Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto told me,
Oh Lord!
it's right. Why wait till the middle of the dark night when everything's a little clearer in the light of day? Night is always gonna be there anyway. Thinking it's
Okay.
working up and down the afternoon daylight.
Okay, people from up north can do country. Okay, I'm
I
sure.
just made up a.
Sort of loving you, getting so excited. Sky rockets in flight.
I can't use because it's
Delight.
That's not cheating. It's using different.
Feeling so polite, I always gotta fight. If you got some bait and waiting, I think I might try nibbling a little afternoon delight. Sky rockets in
Afternoon delight.
Oh no! I'm getting a kick out of this because I'm from the South, and like I said, the only thing I like country related is John Denver, and you all are just cracking me up.
What about that song by the Eagles? Take It Easy. That's kind of country, right?
What about Hotel California? I mean, that's classic rock. Do you know Hotel California?
Oh, that's it. Oh, here we go. On the dark desert highway,
Cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight dim. I had to stop for that night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell.
And I'm thinking to myself, this could be heaven, this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle.
There were voices down the corridor. Thought I heard them say,
welcome to the Hotel California.
We had time lag between me playing and everybody singing, so
Anytime of
terrible
year,
platform for
find
guitar. But yeah,
so there have been many conspiracy theories about the song Hotel California. So what is your take on what it means?
well, it's coming and he's gonna rip us all a new asshole.
What?
at the end times, right?
Big time.
No. Okay, so I've heard this song many different times, and I've broken down the lyrics, and I've tried listening to it in a variety of different ways, and the only thing I can plausibly think of what the song is talking about is it's metaphorical. It's not an actual Hotel California, as if, like, you know, this is a physically real place. Like, when you listen to it, it makes you realize very quickly that, you know, he's under the influence of drugs and he's hallucinating. But he's going down a path that, you know, a lot of people talk about, you know, that the gateway drug theory, so to speak, that, you know, if you smoke marijuana, that ultimately it's going to lead to you doing harder drugs. Well, maybe for some people, you know, that might be the case, but for most people, I mean, like me, yeah, I've smoked marijuana, and I've tried speed once, but I've stayed away from all the hard drugs. But it also showed what kind of life it could potentially lead to, you know, lust, greed, hedonism, all the dark aspects of humanity. But what shows that he's actually snapping back to is when they say we're all just prisoners of our own device. We are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Meaning he has a chance to turn his life around, and he can leave anytime he wants, but he's never going to 100% leave. Like, there's always going to be a part of him at Hotel California. So it's basically, it's an allegory, so to speak. It's speaking metaphorically that, you know, if you do these kind of things, you could potentially go there. But if you see you're going down that path, stray away while you've got a chance. But there's always going to be that aspect of you that's always going to remember that.
Where did Michael Hilton go? Is he from the Hotel California?
I don't know, but I mean, that's what I can determine from the song. Because some people say, like, he's dead and he's in hell. I mean, I've tried listening from that aspect, but that just only holds ground because of maybe 2 lines of the song where he said, "Up in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night." That, you know, he had a head-on collision and was basically going to hell. I mean, I tried listening to it like that, and it doesn't add up. The guy's not dead in the song. He's still alive and well, but it's allegory. It's metaphorical. It's still a beautiful song, though.
StreamYard won't let me post all the lyrics in the comments box. I don't know.
So that was your attempt at playing it?
I want to tune that guitar. It ain't in tune at all. No.
Yes, he is tuning the guitar. I mean, it doesn't sound too far out of tune, to be honest. Yeah, his guitar does not sound all that far out of tune, but that's just me, though. And silence.
I don't know. I don't know anything about string instruments except now. What do you, when you're in the band? Do you play the acoustic or do you play?
He's a drummer, but I sent him a video of this YouTuber by the name of Jared Dines, and one of the inside jokes that he's got is, "You're just mad because the best guitarist in the band is the drummer," and it immediately reminded me of Eric. I was like, "Yep, that's Eric." Yep, you're just mad because the best guitarist in the band is the drummer. I can't say it with a straight face.
That means he's very diverse.
Let's see.
It's like flamingo, right? Which doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
Ricardo Montalban admitted rich Corinthian hired by the Chrysler Corporation. There is no Corinthian.
Here's your copyright infringement for you.
Living easy, living free. Season ticket on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Taking everything at my stride. The only reason, the only right. Ain't nothing that I'd rather do. Going down, party time. My friends are gonna be there too. Yeah. I'm on the highway to hell. On the highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. On the highway to hell. I think we rock. We should form our own band.
What we call Jay and the Terriers.
And what was the band that Howard Stern always talked about? Pig Vomit? Was that an actual band?
Pig Vomit. Never heard of that.
I always mention a band called
Sounds like
Pig.
a death metal band.
Yes.
Catchy riff. I don't know what song that was, but that was catchy.
Classical music. Somebody did it in the 80s, though, again. Hall of the Mountain King.
Simple, but yet still playable.
And then a guy named Joe Bonamassa. We're going to copyright infringe everybody tonight. Ozzy Bogo style. All right, good. He wrote a song. I can't sing for shit. He wrote a song called Wake Up Dreamin'. I think part of the words were woke up dreaming, thought I was gonna die. Woke up dreaming, thought I was gonna die. Simple chords. What? You gotta add all the embellishment and the various fast speaking technique. Well, try it again. Yes, I'm the drummer of my band.
Yes, and I was telling about the inside joke about you're just mad because the best guitarist in the band is the drummer. And he says it with such a prideful face. I attribute your awesome guitar playing skills to the fact you're a drummer, so you have a natural sense of rhythm. Yeah, where you're a drummer, you have really good rhythm on guitar.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Ozzybuco, back to your show. It's your show.
Excellent. No, I'm just enjoying the talent.
London Dry Gin. It goes good with a dry blues solo.
Dry blues. Are we getting some BB King in here?
Yeah, I like blues. Without any revenues. Ooh, no revenues.
Sort of a bastardized version of The Thrill Is Gone in B minor.
Yay, B minor! That face. Just that face.
Oh. There is troubles in the forest. There is troubles with the trees. Though the maples want more sunlight and the oaks ignore their leaves. Trees by Rush. I mean, why the hell not?
So, since we're on the subject of guitars, I guess we could try to maybe teach James a little music theory, since me and you know how to at least play guitar.
His name is Ozzybuco.
No, I'm listening to you guys. Go ahead.
You want theory?
Well, do you know anything about music?
No. Aside from what I like listening to, not really. And aside from the juice harp and the drum and the what's that other confounded thing? Yeah. Besides those two things, no, I don't.
All right. So me and Eric, we can teach you a little bit of music theory and a little bit about music. So that way you got a little bit of knowledge. So it's not really hard to learn how to play music. Anybody can do it. It's an acquired skill and aptitude. Just some are going to be better than others, but anybody can at least learn the basics on how to play an instrument. So a guitar is kind of easy. I started off playing bass and then worked my way up, but a guitar has usually 6 strings, and when you are reading music, you would think this top string up here would be the first string, this would be the 6th string, when in reality it's reversed. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, you'll notice there are different dots here on the fretboard. So these indicate what frets you're playing on the guitar. Now, if you're playing the open string and you've got the guitar standard tuned, here's how the strings play openly. E, A, D, G, B, E. How I learned it, Eddie ate dynamite, goodbye Eddie.
Holy shit, what?
That's how I learned the strings. Eddie ate dynamite. Goodbye, Eddie.
Well, I did take lessons in harmonica for a little bit, and I know that you blow and you suck, and it gives a different sound.
Yeah, same thing with guitar. You can just play the notes normally. You can mute them with your fingers. You can mute it with your palm. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can play. And the same thing with your picking. If you want like the open sound, you pick right here in the center. If you want more of a percussive sound, you just kind of pick either at an angle or at a different spot, and it gives you all sorts of different sounds. So how you're determining which note you're playing on the guitar is you know what the string is, and you start from there. So it goes like F, F sharp, G, G sharp. You get the idea.
Right.
Musical alphabet is A through G. It doesn't go above G. There are sharp and flat notes. Sharp means you make the note go up in pitch. Flat means you're making the note go lower in pitch. Chords are 3 notes put together. Now, whatever the chord name is what your root note is. That's where the root note of the chord starts on the string, and like you can read more on that, but that's usually how it goes. So an arpeggio is where you take a chord, you break it up, and just play the individual notes. You'll notice there's a double dot here on the guitar. This is known as the 12th fret. So if you were to play this F note right here, it would be the same note, just an octave higher right here. So it's just an octave higher. Octave is when you take the note and just make it go up in pitch, essentially. So like this F and this F is just 1 octave difference. But with 24, it's 2 octaves. So that's just a little bit on how to play. Now, how you hold the guitar is I do the classical way. So I hold it like this. This is how I play. And then I use a very thin pick. Like, I don't know what millimeter this is. This just says Fender thin. Then you just hold your guitar like this, have your picking hand at an angle. I rest my pinky on the bottom string, and then I just pick. So you not really a lot to it.
Next week we shall learn sweep picking and tapping. No.
And also, if you want to learn how to play something on the piano, take what the note is on the guitar and just translate it to the piano. There you go. Because, I mean, they essentially use the same strings.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And if you can tune a guitar, you can tune a piano and vice versa.
I'm calling some major ass bullcocky on that one.
No, I've tuned a piano with a guitar tuner, and it turned out just fine.
Well, that may be the case. Okay. But physically, the actual action of knowing physically how to tune that guitar, or physically the action of how to actually tune a piano is quite the skilled art.
Yeah, it takes a skilled art, but I mean, it's essentially the same concept. You have your little tuning pegs, and you have to have a special tool to do it. If you want to tune it up, you just turn it to the right. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
Okay, what copyright infringed song does James B. Madonna want to hear that maybe I know?
Play whatever. Play whatever you want.
I don't know that song. Whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. I hold my hand. Hootie and the Blowfish? No. Craig Swenson. He said that lesson he's been playing for 30 years. That lesson was torture, Gary. What do you say to that?
I mean, to someone who knows nothing about music, at least now he has a little bit of knowledge. I mean, even if I was to play for 30 years, even once in a while, I'd take a step back and go back to the basics just to remember what I've learned and how far I've come. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I don't disagree with any of that. Nope, not me. It would be borderline. No, borderline is for closed-minded individuals. It's ludicrous to think that you could have learned everything there possibly is to learn, not only just in music itself, but on your instrument, and that you're just completely done ever learning anything.
Not really. I mean, you're never going to 100% master the guitar. There's always something new being discovered about the guitar.
Yep.
I mean, like, there's people that's been playing like 30, 40, even like 50 years, still learning something new every day.
Yes. No Titanic Celine Dion, please. No, we won't do that. I don't know
Wait,
if you.
that's what you were playing?
Yeah, every night in my dreams I see you, I feel you.
I think you all. I mean, you're an awesome player, but the faces just add that extra dimension to it.
All right. Yeah, that movie with that Lady Gaga girl, that Star is Born. Y'all saw that movie, right?
Which one?
No idea.
A Star is Born.
Oh yeah.
A Star is Born. They got that crazy song in the movie.
Bravo. So, let's see here. Does anybody know this particular song I might know once you're done playing? Okay, anybody know this one?
What?
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think. Okay. There we go.
No.
All right, let's see. I think I might remember it. See, let's go. Okay. No, let's see. Damn, I fucking forgot how to play it. It's the Mario theme song. All right.
Mario theme song, everybody. Yeah. There you go. All right, James. Well, we'll talk about. This is supposed to be off the rails, uncensored live.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a musical segment. I don't want to interrupt.
You can interrupt however you want.
You know, nah. What do you have there? Tonic water and Tanqueray again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
By appointment to Her Majesty the Queen, Tanqueray, Gordon and Company Limited. London, England Gin Distilleries. See, that's one thing I don't know about gin. And there are 6 things you should probably know.
Well, I know that it's made from juniper berries.
There are 6 things you should know about gin, according to Forbes magazine. Gins can taste different. Obviously, it's a neutral spirit like vodka, but instead of adding the flavorings to it, they have to add the flavorings during. If it's going to be a London or like a English style of a gin, they have to add it during the distillation and not afterwards. They don't add some flavoring compound, as they say here, after it was distilled. They do it during the distillation.
During, not prior. In other words, the recipe is not all done prior.
Correct. Yep, it's all done through that. And originally, it was used to battle malaria, so people would be drinking the tonic water that had the quinine in it. And then one way that they made it the tonic water more palatable was to mix gin inside of the beverage. So that's how the gin and tonic apparently was born.
Well, alcohol, as in used in tinctures, old-fashioned extracts of herbs, or they call them tinctures. Alcohol delivers the medicinal ingredients, compounds into the bloodstream faster. It expedites the absorption of the alcohol. So I do believe that, just like a lot of people from third world countries that have their herbal medicinal formulas, which are simply specific herbs placed in a bottle of liquor and just hide it somewheres for a month or more, multiple months if you want, and then it becomes a tincture. Like the Dominican Mama Juana, which is I think the formula originally comes from Africa, like woodroot tonic. It's a blend, and they put it in a bottle of rum. In the case of the Dominican Republic, it would be Brugal rum, and then it would become a tincture. Would extract the medicinal ingredients of the herb.
Huh. The more you know.
Yeah.
Well.
Now, vermouth used to be, in the Middle Ages, consumed for medicinal purposes. Also, dry vermouth, which is the martini.
We should see what's in. You should have seen what's inside of a cough medicine back in the 1800s. Holy crap! Marijuana, THC, little methamphetamines,
cocaine was common.
Yep.
You know what I found amusing is that medical doctors in the 19th century had a device that used to bring women.
Damn. Before anybody knew any better, right?
Yeah, they would make house calls and stick this device in women. It could be married women, whatever, and it was therapy.
Yeah.
It was therapy. It reminds me of my patented Captain Hook method. My Captain Hook technique.
Ooh.
For getting while giving them a clitoral orgasm simultaneously. But I won't give away too much of that secret.
Wow.
Yes, I will tell you privately, but I will not give it out to the world.
Yes, you can tell me privately if you want.
The male world in general does not deserve any important advice like that.
Yeah,
There
probably.
are a lot of jabronis out there, that don't deserve favors.
A lot of jabronis out there playing.
Hey, Black Magic Woman. I'm a cowboy on the horse I ride. I wanted, dead or alive.
Oh my God, I haven't done this in forever. Uh, I'm a cowboy. I want to see the horse I ride. I want it.
Dead or alive, I was wanted. Dead or
There it is. No, we weren't writing a song. All right, but that's what I came up with for your bongo song.
Now, you know what Metallica song I like? Wherever I may roam. Wherever I may roam. Dun, dun, bum, bum. You know what's
I don't know.
You know a movie I saw for the first time, believe it or not, on Netflix, Silverado, with a young Kevin Costner, Danny Glover. I'm surprised I never saw that before.
Yes, Young Guns 2 definitely had a. It wasn't Wanted Dead or Alive. It was a Blaze of Glory. Down in a Blaze of Glory. A Blaze of Glory by Bon Jovi. Another Western themed song that I don't know how to play. So yeah, Fandango, we're so vulgar and out of control. It's crazy, people.
Yes, well, you know, I mean, speaking of vulgarity, I mean, it's actually what happens is, you know, the G spot. What the G spot is when
That string.
an embryo is developing and then it becomes a fetus, right? The before the baby decides, or Mother Nature decides which gender it's going to be, all embryos and fetuses have the beginnings of a prostate gland, and
Damn.
if it decides to become a female, the prostate, the premature prostate shrinks and becomes a G spot for a female. So it's in the vagina at the top. And using the Wizard Ozzy Buko's patented Captain Hook method, you are stimulating the G spot, which would have became a prostate gland in a male baby. At the same time, you work in the clitoris. So she's having like a really intense orgasm where she like her whole body spasms, tightens up, and she grabs your hair and pulls it and like pushes your head, like she becomes very physical. That kind of an orgasm. And that's the Wizard Ozzy Buko Captain Hook method, which I would not normally be able to explain on other shows. I will be censored.
God damn.
Due to people that are very religiously devout, not nocturnal creatures like us.
Okay.
And that's a little tidbit of what Captain Hook is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you wanted to spice it up a little in between guitar playing, so.
I guess I asked for that, didn't I? Yes.
You wanted to. Now your mustache is just about ready for beeswax. I think the ends. The ends are, yes, I believe they are. Yeah, look. No, they're ready. you got to go to a beauty supply store where they have a men's section and where they have the shaving, all the man cave equipment, and they should have the beeswax, which comes in a little tube, like a crazy glue tube. I think Clubman, the company Clubman, puts one out. Yeah, and I'm sure you can probably, you might burn yourself though, but you can probably take a candle and turn it upside down and,
candling, that's not good for our health. No, not really.
No, I mean, not stick a candle in your ear to get rid of earwax. I mean, just to get the liquid wax on the end of your mustache. But then you might burn yourself.
Let's not and say I did not.
Now, some women that are a tad bit S&M, don't they enjoy hot wax being dripped on their nipples?
I have no clue on that.
I think that is a type of fetish. My buddy, a little Jimmy Pesto, that manages the Gentlemen's Club, occasionally they have fetish parties. Where they lock the door and it's by invitation only. I believe it's not open to the public. They have private fetish parties in the club.
Damn.
Where they got people with foot fetishes, that actually stick their feet everywhere.
What the hell?
Yeah, they have people with armpit hair fetishes and big bush fetishes and all types of fetishes.
I don't think Ron Terrio would kick anyone off his show.
Oh,
no, that's probably true.
To talk about fetishes? Oh no, he would say no. He would stop this kind of talk. Yeah, he would.
He would just probably move along.
Yeah, he would say that moving along.
Yeah.
Down, down.
What else do you talk about on Fandango Friday?
Well,
we were trying to discover the reasoning why not just Gordon's gin, but any gin's in a green bottle, right? In the 19th century, glass technology was not at the cutting edge. Only green glass could be produced in volumes, hence familiar square green bottle with its distinctive black and white label, according to Gordon's gin. But that must be why Tank Ore is in the green bottle too.
Was there a Boodles gin?
Boodles, Bootles, B-O-O-T-L-E-S. Boodles, something like that. Yeah. Boodles British gin.
Oh, it does exist.
80 proof, but it's 90 in the U.S. Or wait a minute, I think it's 90.4 in the U.S. somehow. It's much more alcoholic in the United States.
Really?
40% alcohol by volume in the U.K. and in the U.S. is 45.2. I have no clue why that is.
Interesting.
I don't know, but this here Tanqueray is 47.3%. People don't think of Tanqueray and gin as actually being typically being a higher proof spirit than even like standard kinds of vodkas and a lot of the cheaper, more mass-produced bourbons and whiskeys in the United States. So you're getting a bigger bang. I don't know if it's a bigger bang for your buck, or you can theoretically get a bigger bang for your buck depending on what gin you buy.
Now, Mr. Zero says earlier Metallica, before the Black Album, was intense, heavy, and technical.
A little bit.
And then he says, I don't think Ron Terrio would kick anyone off the show. You're absolutely right. I have never seen him do it, but he would move things along and change the subject.
Yeah, probably.
He would not just, kick them off.
I would guess you're probably right about that.
Yes.
Just a little bit. Let's see here. There's a song from Metallica in that time period. It was called Battery. Now, am I going to try to play the whole thing? No. But this intro is really kind of interesting. It goes. If I could even play it, people. If I could play it. Then it goes. Then it goes something like. Something like. Something like. I don't even know. But. Oh, here it is. I just butchered battery. I'm sorry, Metallica. Goes.
Astro Puppets.
How does it go? Oh my god.
There we go. Good attempt. Hey, I'm back. Where'd I go?
You vanished before. John Johnson's trying to come in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Mr. John Johnson.
Yeah, man.
Here I is, but where'd you say I went?
I don't know. Is it bathroom?
No, I couldn't. There was no like icons on your screen to bring you in.
Oh, like, I don't know. My internet messes up from time to time, but
Yeah, it
And
only
metal.
grayed out. So
yes, he's playing guitar. Can you hear? That's it right there. Just go to guitar.
You know, I never thought you looked so good. Never thought the way I should. Cause I like it, and I know you like it.
I know you like.
Please don't do that with your blanket.
Cause I gotta have it, cause baby will be
No.
down the basement, lock the cellar doors, and baby, talk dirty to Ozzy Bootco. No, I don't do that.
Oh, by the way, hey Zero, what were you talking about that, like, with the Black Album, Metallica sold out? I thought they sold out after the Black Album, like Load and Reload. I thought were terrible, and they kind of came back with Saint Anger, but I thought Death Magnetic and the new one, Hardwired, I think that one's pretty good. But Black Album, it was different, but that was just before they sold out. Is that Fuel? I mean, there's only 2 songs I like from Load and Reload. Like, the only one from Load I like is King Nothing, but from Reload, I think it's Fuel. I think those are the only songs I like from those albums.
I'm a drummer. I don't play Rush on guitar though.
Can you play Sad But True off the Black Album?
That didn't sound right at all.
I mean, the tuning sounds good even for just drop D, even though the song is a whole step down. But still, even in drop D, it's really good. Oh, so I know why it doesn't sound right when you're doing that main riff. So you're doing the hammer-ons and the pull-offs correctly, but you're not doing them on the right frets. Do 5. I'm trying to think. Okay, so do the 5 on the 6th. Just do 5, and then pull off 1 on the 6th string, and then pull off, and then do that open chord. Try it like that. There you go. That sounded better.
We're gonna remix this now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There you go. Now it sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Even in drop D, that sounds right.
Interesting. Garage Inc. was interesting.
He says, Mr. Zero, I thought Garage Incorporated was pretty good. Then he says, you remember the video? Was it Saboteur?
Yeah, the Saboteur music video.
Yeah, no, Jason Newsted had a live show.
Garage Inc. is that album they produced in the 90s to where they kind of went back to their roots because they did start off as a garage band. So they went back to play what songs they played in their garage band days, henceforth why it's called Garage Inc. Man, I miss the days of garage bands, to be honest. And just anymore, they're not a thing, and it's disappointing. There's not quite a sound you could reproduce like a garage band. I mean, whenever you hear them playing in the garages, has like a unique sound that you cannot reproduce in a studio or in a live audience. You can't do it.
If I could play that right.
Excelente.
You used to know that little Bob Seger turn the page. Not anymore.
Any college town. Are you talking about GarageBand still zero? Right, I like local bands. I'm talking like garage bands, the ones that used to play in the garage. Just whenever you hear a band playing in the garage, you cannot recreate that sound. It has a very unique sound because like when everyone in the neighborhood comes and listens to it, it's a feeling that you really can't recreate other than just doing it, if that makes any sense. You can't recreate it in a studio, and you can't recreate it in like a local bar or a local get together or even in a lot of people concert. So
Yeah, the stone walls.
That was. I assume that maybe. I assume maybe Gary knows what song that was.
it sounds familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it. Play it again.
Oh, here we go.
Fucking hell, I cannot think of it. Give me a hint.
I play drums in the band.
Is that your band Oxblood Forge? What song is it?
Forged in Fire.
Forged in Fire? Oh yeah, that is the Forged in Fire
I
intro.
never do the intro until just now.
That is the Forged in Fire intro. Holy shit.
So he strums the chords. He plays the chords. Our band. Like that. But I would add that classical element. So here's how I play it.
Yes, that is Forged in Fire. That's still Oxford Forged?
Huh?
That's still Forged in Fire, right?
That is Forged in Mother Freaking Fire.
I mean, that is definitely a solid song. Like, you can hear all the thrash metal influences in that.
I wonder if I can play this for you crazy Ozzy Bucco fans. You want to hear that song, don't you, Ozzy Bucco?
Yeah, why not?
You want to hear
Yeah,
that?
it's one of his band songs. It's an awesome song.
I gotta jack this shit up so I can play it. We released this 2-song EP with another band doing a split in September.
Nice blackened death metal scream right there.
Yeah. Definitely not contemporary music, huh?
So, like, the vocals, I hear a little bit of Judas Priest influence. I hear a little Dio influence. Yeah, like, the way he sings, it's so heavily influenced by Dio, it's not even funny.
It's not a hard song to play at all, but you gotta execute it and have that little
You gotta have attack with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it. It is an excellent song. All right, now that little bit is a little bit more of a Judas Priest influence.
Alright, well, listen.
See, that part is Judas Priest. That sounds a little bit more like death. Yeah, I could hear a little Pantera influence in there as well. Yeah, that last part, yeah, that kind of has a Pantera influence, especially when Phil does those like ridiculously high pitched screams that you honestly think he can't do because of his voice, but he does it.
Wait.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a Pantera, like a Phil scream right there. Just a little bit. I can hear it.
Well, there you go, people. That is Oxblood Forge. I might play drums in that band. So,
I will say, like, the drums in that one's not really too sophisticated.
doesn't even require a lot of stuff.
That one has more just a groove metal type feel to it.
Yeah.
So I like that one because I hate it when the guitarist is doing one thing, the vocalist doing another, and the drummer's doing another. It's like, what really is this genre of metal of this supposed to be? It's just like, okay, we got the guitarist doing a little bit of thrash, and we got the drums doing some groove, and then the vocalist is doing something.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it. It's an organized song. It's set out to do what it was supposed to be. I would classify you all as a new genre of variety metal because there's a little bit of everything in there. If you want to dissect it, I guarantee you're going to find all kinds of metal influences in there from all kinds of genres of metal.
I'm not gonna deny that. Fandango. I gotta post this in a live chat so that everybody can get a link to this crazy shenanigans.
So yeah, you heard it from me. A new genre called variety metal.
A new genre. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You coined it. It was coined by old Frankie. You heard it right now.
Bam. It doesn't want me to post the link. All right.
The link on YouTube to.
It doesn't want that. So I post that in the private chat, and then we can add that to the video afterward.
It should be shown live at youtube.com /megalife21. Or is it / What exactly is the one link?
/. But when I try to put this in to the live chat, it says, "Oops, remove any web addresses and try again."
Fucking YouTube being fucking YouTube.
Yeah, just go search for the name. I'll just write it. Search for Oxblood Forge on YouTube. There.
All right, good enough.
But Forge that way, people, and you can go and find the YouTube channel. We got Facebook. We do have a Twitter. I don't know how much we do on Twitter, and we have presence on Instagram. We have a what do they call it? A Bandcamp account where you can buy any of the stuff that we've released, including this Screams from Silence, Screams from Silence, Forged in Fire, our EP. You can buy either a physical copy and we'll send it to you, or you can digitally buy and download the songs or any of the songs that we've put out.
Well, I want to say that this Fandango Friday After Dark Uncensored officially is promoting Oxblood Forge band. As far as I'm concerned, every show will promote Oxblood Forge. So
wow.
And you know, I wish them all the luck in the world, and of course their drummer Thomas Metal 75.
Oh, this guy. Okay. Sweet.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not?
So, just to make sure that I'm hearing this correctly in the song, so do you all have two guitarists, a lead and a rhythm, or does the lead write both the lead and rhythm parts and just track it over?
As of this present day and time, we don't have another guitar. We only have one guitar player. The band, at one point before I joined the band, had two guitar players, and they never really had a huge amount of interest in wanting to go and try to find another guitarist. But
gotcha.
I know that our vocalist and I have expressed interest in wanting to do that, but if we want to do that, we'll try to do that. But in the studio, we were able to put it all together and to sound the way that it did with layered guitars and whatnot.
Okay, so you got one guitarist, so he's a lead guitarist, but he writes the lead and rhythm tracks and tracks both in the studio.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure, because I sound like I heard two different guitars, and I just wanted to make sure I was hearing it right.
Right. So this is the Bandcamp page. If you go to oxbloodforge.bandcamp.com, you get to this. And again, here's the thing that we just released, and you can digitally download both of the songs for $5. You can get a compact CD that has Oxblood Forge and our buddies More Than the Light. We did a split production with them. And the other song we have on the album is called Screams from Silence. One more song of new material for you all. Free of charge.
Okay, yeah, definitely this has a heavy death influence just by this intro riff. I mean, not to say you all stole a riff, but this sounds like very close to Baptized in Blood by Death off of their first album, Scream Bloody Gore.
You go with that?
Okay, so this has like some Sabbath influence, a little bit from the Dio years.
Yeah, it should.
And a little bit of the new Black Sabbath, like from album 13, from the song God is Dead. Yeah, I hear influence from that.
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit.
Ooh. Okay, that has a little Megadeth influence right there. Alright, now this part right here, I hear a little bit of Kill Switch Engage influence. Just a little.
Okay. That wouldn't have been intended.
All right, now some of those screams sound like a mix of death and Burzum.
Kind of. I can see that.
All right, back to the Megadeth influence. Okay, so this breakdown right here, I hear some Sodom influence. Alright, I hear a little Sodom and I hear a little Exodus, maybe? Just a pinch of it. Yeah, that solo is definitely Sabbath influenced.
You could turn it up a tad.
Okay, so now we've kind of gone back to a death influence, the song Spirit Crusher.
Bam.
Oh yeah,
All right.
variety metal. That's what I would classify it as, variety metal.
Beautiful.
There you go, people. That is Oxblood Forge. Hope you enjoyed that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
I want to ask, I enjoyed it tremendously. I want to ask Thomas Metal 75 that it would be fantastic if Oxblood Forge got booked in the big rock club down here by me called Dingbats in Clifton, New Jersey.
Ooh.
It's a big heavy metal club. It's very black walls, very gothic looking, a huge stage, very, very big place. A lot of bikers go there. The owner is a wonderful guy. He's friendly. My good friends with my buddy little Jimmy Pesto, and of course I would definitely be there to video them and to meet you face to face. Not me. I won't be able to go there. James P. Madonna will go there.
Yeah.
Not the Wizard.
And if you ever get famous enough, if you came down this way, you could play at Viking Hall in Johnson City.
Viking Hall. All right.
Yeah, Viking Hall in Johnson City.
Now the web link to Oxblood Forge is in the comments section of the show.
No, they don't even want me to post a web address in the comments.
What about the page? They have a Facebook page right now?
Yeah, you can go on facebook.com/Oxblood Forge.
Oh, they have a Facebook page where you can like it. Okay.
Oxblood, the color, and the word forged, as in literally as in the title of the damn show, Forged in Fire, and somehow we're not the theme song for that show. Go figure that out.
In other words, they were told not to go hog wild with the promoting,
I guess.
of Oxblood Forge. They're doing something gradually.
Something like that.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Something crazy like that. But there is the band.
Thank you, Matt.
George.
All right. That is the first time I heard it, and I love it. It's my kind of music. It's well, it should be of no surprise to people that I like that kind of music.
By the way, because I didn't even know this I was there. I didn't even know this video existed. The bass player actually tracking bass for that very last song you just heard.
Wait, he actually did a.
And I'm listening in the background.
Oh, he plays classical like the way I play. Awesome.
He's nuts. This guy's nuts on the bass. He's 53 years old.
Wow. For 53, I can honestly say old Uncle Arthur's not paid him a visit yet. So what's his YouTube channel?
His YouTube channel is Greg D.
Greg D. Okay.
He's the bass player. Greg Deliria.
Okay, so were the guitar tracks already recorded and he was just recording his tracks, or what was going on?
Well, we had scratch tracks. I had
Okay.
scratch tracks to track the drum parts.
Okay, so he was just needing to record his parts.
Yep, he recorded after I did. A different
Okay.
after I had.
Okay. I mean, looks like a nice little studio. You know, nothing super high budget, but nothing that's terrible either. A nice little local studio.
But I understand what old Frankie was saying about the acoustics of a garage because of the stone walls, various compared to being in other venues, different types of venues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that.
That's him playing and tracking the song that you just heard. So literally what happened in that is I took 3 hours to record both of the drums, both of those two songs.
Okay.
And I did 3 takes of each song before we found the one, which was the third on both of the takes. And then the next, so we spent the money on those 3 hours just to track drums. Back in April is when we did that. And then I forget when Greg had come back in, but the second time we went back into that studio was to record bass for Greg, and Greg just did it in. He did it in like 1 or maybe 2. Maybe we did 2 takes just to A and B, which one came out better. But we could have just been completely happy with his 1 take, and we were done with his parts. To be completely honest, he's a very. You could probably see that he's quite the technician on the bass. Yeah, it's just a little bit. He really.
So what was wrong with the other 2 takes?
They weren't really all that tight, and they just weren't that tight with the music. So we obviously can't use that kind of.
Was it just like that? Was it too sloppy? Tempo too fast? Too slow?
It was probably just. I don't think it was as. I think it was probably more sloppy than we would have.
Oh, just a bit more sloppy. Okay.
Yeah. But in general, it's hard to describe it, but when you're playing behind your instrument, what came out right and what just didn't. Even if note for note it sounded good, just it didn't. You know that there's something that's not right that you always do. You know how the song is played, but because you're in this circumstance in a studio, you have to be a little bit more of a harsh critic of you as a player, because it's only going to capture the mic. Say what you want about a lot of modern music and how they do it, but the microphone's only going to capture what the fuck is going on, and it's not going to lie. And thank you, Subject 0, for all the nice keep up the good work vibes.
I mean, a studio doesn't really reflect how good a band is. If you want to see if a band's really worth anything, watch them live.
Yep.
Because you can make a band or make anything sound like anything in a studio, okay? So it's like,
True.
yeah, you all sound good in a studio, but I'd love to see what you all sound like live.
Oh yeah.
Look at my mic. It's just about broken. I've had this headset now for a few years, and I was like, do I really want to go to Best Buy and buy a new one?
Probably.
Because, like, what happened was this little piece fell off here, and I can't find it. I don't know where it went. It's probably somewhere here under my desk, and I clean my room about once a month, so I need to find out where it's at. 'Cause I don't want to suck that up in the vacuum cleaner and ruin it.
Did you hear that, Ozzy Bucco? He doesn't want to suck it up and put it in the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, my gaming headset piece. Oh, you know exactly what the hell I mean. You took it out of context.
I was taking it to the Bucco level.
No, I was visiting the porcelain throne.
Uh-oh.
I didn't catch what he said, but
All I'm saying is, if you look at my headset, this little mic piece right here is broken because this little piece fell off, and I can't find it. I've looked in the floor, all around my chair and my desk, and I cannot find it.
Damn.
Yeah, well, that's why I got tired of dealing with the headsets, and I just decided to get the camera with the built-in mic. So
I mean, that's what I've got here. That's what I ultimately now have to talk through my Logitech webcam if I want people to hear me.
So hopefully for anybody that's interested, hopefully in January or early February, we're going
to Tennessee.
We're going to try to go back into the studio to record. Probably I would imagine the same studio. We're going to try to liven up the mix and get it a little bit more punchier bass, more bass response, more mid-range, not so focused on the treble response. But even though that sounded really good for what we did, we would just want a little bit more focus on all the frequency spectrum that we can do.
Right.
Maybe blend some more mid-range, warmer guitar with the treble higher end to get that nice classic blend and that nice, almost doomy blend, because that's where this band comes from. They come from the doom metal and a lot of stoner rock. But the more that we have played together and the more that these guys have been writing and where their writing goes, they're less not like they don't like it. That's not the point. They're less interested in playing all the doomy, really just slow. I'm trudging through a swamp and I'm just no. So Fortune Fire, and especially Fortune Fire, but also Screams from Silence that we just heard, are very much, a little bit more departure. Well, Fortune Fire is a big departure from doom metal. It's almost more like, to me, it's almost like Iron Maiden meets the energy of a good punk rock band, which a lot of the guys come from both backgrounds. So that makes sense. And then Screams and Silence is the perfect Black Sabbath-y doomy song, and Merciful Fate, King Diamond, without it being slow and just trudging, if you know what I mean, right? It's good. It all has a little bit of pep and puts a little bit of pep in the step, and that's kind of more or less where we go these days.
Awesome. I'd be curious if you all do any shows in Massachusetts, if I'm ever up that way, which I don't think I would be, but just for the sake of argument, I wonder how long it would take for me to get to Massachusetts, because I know for me to get to Washington, D.C., usually it would take about 6 hours from where I used to live. Now I'd probably say about 7.5 hours.
Damn.
From Washington to New York is about 4.5 to 5 hours, and then he's not in Boston. He's not that far north, but I know Boston's another like 5 hours. But yeah, I'd say
I'm north of the capital of Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah, no, not Woonsocket. Providence, that's right. Providence is the capital.
I'm north of Woonsocket. I'm like northeast of Woonsocket.
Providence. A lot of Portuguese immigrants there.
Yeah, there. Well, there's a lot of Portuguese people in the Fall River, New Bedford area on that Narragansett Bay coast.
So for me, that'd probably be about depending upon traffic and stops and all that, I'd say probably about 16 to 18 hours.
Nice. Wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, I know for my job, representatives from Fallon flew down from Massachusetts, and it didn't take them long to get from Massachusetts to where we live at, because we have a local airport that will accept flights from the eastern part of the United States. So usually it takes about, I want to say about 3 hours, maybe at most, to get from here to Florida.
No, that's not bad.
So I'd say probably from here to Massachusetts, I'd say 3-4 hours if I flew. But I've never flown a plane, and I don't want to fly. So
What?
I'm not having TSA agents groping me. I'm sorry. If I don't want people with my hands on me, then they're not putting their hands on me. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
I had one of them be a real wise ass in San Diego airport. He tells me to step through the detector. You know, I went through. He didn't like the way. Something he didn't like about it. He says, "Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again." I says, "What's going on? I mean, how many times do I have to step through? You know, it's like a bridge. You know, with the, I guess, metal detectors or whatever."
Right.
It was, you know, but you know, he had me do it so many times, and he was a smart ass. And then the girl I was with from San Diego, some girl that worked there, some black girl, called her a bitch because she wasn't moving fast enough. She was moving too slow for her. So, you know, to me, you know what I called her? I called her a wannabe state trooper. I called her a mall cop, like Paul Blart, like the movie. Yeah, I said you should be in a shopping mall. You're a mall cop. And she got pissed. She says, "Well, I'm telling you the truth. You don't call people names if they're not fast enough for you, you know."
I mean, I'm sorry, but if I don't want people putting my hands on me, they're not going to put their hands on me. Enough said. I guarantee you, if one of those TSA agents, one of those big old muscular ones, put their hands on me and put their hands at a certain place, they're getting decked. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you.
I'm like, I don't want to be touched there. They kept going. Deck them with good ones. See how much they like it.
It's ridiculous. I mean, with high technology, they can't like detect things that do not require their hands to be down there. I mean, they can't do it.
I mean, to be honest, I would probably say that the TSA hires pedophiles and sex offenders, but that's just me.
Well, they're not that good because some kids proved how incompetent they were by getting on the plane with box cutters, and then they arrested the young men for having box cutters. But then again, they were able to get by the TSA with the box cutters. So,
I mean, with them putting their hands on people the way that they do, and they can go to bed at night and sleep soundly, I honestly say that's pedophiles and sex offenders. Yep, my eyes right there. Yep, that's honestly how I feel about that.
yeah, there's no need to fondle people. If the machine doesn't detect anything, it's not there. It's just that simple. You know.
Or if one puts on the gloves and sticks it where the sun don't shine, I'll be like, hey, yeah, you stick it up there, you're not getting it back.
Proctology, yeah, little prostate exam. Yeah.
I'll be like, I will clench that shit so tight that it will break off in there and you'll never get it back.
Yeah, that's where I would draw the line. You know, I mean, yeah, and the women working there that would. Well, no, they would probably do stuff to women, not to guys. But it's still,
I don't know. Women can be sex offenders too. It's not just men.
Yeah, but I mean,
no comment.
With the technology, yeah, there's no need to be manually jiggling people's private parts and
Manually jiggling.
Manually jiggling.
This is a manually jiggling.
Hey, that's a good name for a band there, Eric. Manually jiggling.
Manual jiglets? What?
Maggie.
No, just and
Giglets. Yeah.
well, speaking of this, so let's get back on the subject of 1970s porn. So I just thought of a miraculous story for a 1970s porn. So
You're gonna get
I
banned.
I see two people with bell bottoms and those 70s afros with the nice polyester getting in that nice late 70s Camaro during the gas shortage that really doesn't have any horsepower whatsoever. It's so bogged down to get more fuel economy and all that. And they light up their Marlboros from their soft packs and they go. And once they finally get the itching and all that stuff settled from all the polyester they've worn, then they go into a room and then all of a sudden they go down each other and they notice, whoosh, the bushes are there on both of them. They have to get the bushwhackers. We have to do a little bit of gardening because now we got to trim some bushes with a bushwhacker. And it's like, with all that work, now they need another Marlboro from their soft pack. And I guarantee you, the moment he goes down her and is enjoying herself, she goes, and then smoke just comes out of her mouth. And I'm just like, oh, whoa, now we've kind of stepped over some boundaries here.
Well, I think it was Mike Hilton that mentioned it. I'm not positive, but we were talking. He mentioned, do they still have awards for adult films? That's hilarious.
I actually think that they're literally called the Woodies.
The Woodies. The acting is horrible.
So yeah, what do y'all think of my idea? I mean, I think that would be an excellent one. All we just need now is the handlebar mustaches, the bell bottoms, those jean jackets, and like the messed up hair and all that.
Harry Reams was the guy with the big mustache, I think. Harry Reams.
Who's the other guy? Peter North?
Peter
North.
North.
I see your answer. This is not an appropriate conversation for children, Wyatt.
Peter North.
Ron Jeremy had the mustache.
I had to get Wyatt out of here because what we were talking about was not child appropriate.
Yeah, well, the whole show is not child appropriate. Have him go.
Hang on, Wyatt.
But
Wyatt, feel the noise.
To give awards to acting that is I don't know if it's deliberate comedy. Well, you know what? In a way, there is deliberate comedy because like Ron Jeremy was a funny guy.
Yes,
he was witty. He came out with some funny stuff as you know. I mean, and then later on he produced. But he was a funny dude, and you know, of course, that distracts you from the purpose of the movie. But you know, to give an award for that kind of acting, I wonder if it's on. Well, it wouldn't be on Netflix, but Candy Samples, Candy Goes to Hollywood, was hilarious. You know, she arrives in Hollywood. She walks down the Walk of Fame with the stars on the sidewalk, and they're playing a very bad version of "Staying Alive."
From the Bee Gees, we're staying alive. Staying alive.
It was a real stupid, funny version. It wasn't the exact, you know, probably for copyright. So Candy goes on an interview, audition rather, and she says she was the real typical dumb blonde with large breasts. She goes, "Oh, I sing. I'm a singer." "Oh, really? Oh, could you I tell you what, I got an idea. Instead of you singing the song, could you hum the words to the song?" And then he proceeds to put her mouth somewhere and has her hum the entire song. Now, if the children are out of the room, you know, she's giving them the blowjob, humming the song. That's what was cracking me up, you know.
Oh my God, that is. Oh my God. You just gave me an image and a thought that I cannot unsee. Thank you. Okay, now that just kind of ruined it, but still.
Well, that's not porn movie material, I know, but just picturing this woman. I don't know if she really is that stupid, but in the movies, she behaves really like she doesn't have many brain cells, and everybody takes advantage of her, of course, because of her body and her face. And she's like, "Ooh, I'm so talented. Thank you. I'm so talented."
Where'd Eric go?
She's
Is he
like,
still here?
"No, Eric's there."
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, I thought you disappeared on us there.
I'm here. Hello.
There.
It's a Friday or a Saturday night.
You know, I
Like
think
18
something.
other things going on the internet. The internet's crazy on the weekend, people.
Now, do you notice? Speaking of candy samples and really dumb women with tremendous breasts, you ever notice in horror movies? In horror movies, the first people that get killed are those women and black guys.
Yeah.
In horror, in all the horror, sci-fi movies, where there's a monster.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And then when they run away from the creature, they always trip. They always manage to trip over something. And fall.
Yeah, bitches always be tripping.
Oh, God. Wow. Whoa.
That's true, Eric. I mean, if you watch some on Netflix, some horror movies, notice who gets killed first. And there was a cheap, low-budget horror movie with Tiffany and Debbie Gibson.
I'm just shutting the door. I'll be right back.
They both look outstanding in their old age, middle age. They both look fantastic. And Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees was in it, but he got killed early. He was the first person that was eaten by the giant crocodile or whatever. It was a giant crocodile versus another mutated creature. But Mickey Dolenz was the first to get eaten.
What the hell?
Right before he sang. I felt bad because I go, "Oh wow, look who it is! It's Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees."
Damn.
Yeah, I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
I'm Justin Bieber. I can see her because I'm gay.
Justin Bieber.
So,
Yeah.
just out of curiosity, who here has ever wondered what I look like without my hat?
Nope.
I never saw you without a hat.
Okay, well, don't go on my Facebook page because one day I will show you all what I look like without a hat.
Oh, shit, damn.
You have a top hat like the Mad Hatter from Batman that opens up and shoots like a laser weapon?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But one day I will show you all what I look like without a hat because the reason why I wear a hat is I'm just gonna show you a little something about myself so you can just kind of. I have a kind of a broad forehead and it makes me kind of image conscious. That's why I wear hats a lot.
That's the only reason your forehead?
Yeah.
But I mean you have your hair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a lot of people. Some people have tiny foreheads. Some have medium ones, and some have broad ones. It's just it is what it is. The tiny forehead ones are much stranger than any broad forehead because.
Well, let's see here. Let's see if I can show you all just how broad my forehead is. Because, hang on.
Like a nanosecond. If it.
See, I mean, it's broad. It's just like I don't like it. That's why I wear hats.
Broad like shoulders.
Grass don't grow on a busy street. Archie Bunker said. Remember that scene?
Grass don't grow on the street. What?
Arnold Schwarzenegger put schnapps in his protein drink now?
I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I was watching the video. I put the schnapps in there. Yeah, he does. He says it adds flavor, but it expedites the nutrients into the blood.
Add flavor into your life.
Expedite.
Let me expedite this E chord. Or a E tuning.
Expedite your seed.
So here's an idea that I've thought about doing for a while. I've thought about shaving my head because I don't look good with hair. So I've thought about what happens if I just shave it all off, just completely, like just take a razor and just shave it down.
I always liked your goatee, your beard.
Yeah, my goatee. Let's see. When did I start growing this goatee?
1987.
No, I started growing this goatee. I've had this goatee since 2016. Yeah, started growing out in 2016. I've had it since then.
I've only shaved this mustache once, and that was in, I think, the year 2009. And then I determined, bad idea. Never doing that again.
Yeah, I told Jay he should do the same, grow long sideburns with the mustache like Eric, and have that vaudevillian look because he's very.
There's a reason why I don't grow a full beard quite yet. Is it's close to growing in all the way. Like my sideburns come down, they connect my goatee, and it grows under here and it grows up here. It's growing here, but my mustache connects to only about right here, so it's not quite yet. And my mustache comes to about right here. I can feel it starting to grow here. Well, once it grows, I'm just going to keep a full beard. I'm going to grow a mustache, connect the goatee, connect it up, and then all this under here, I'm going to keep shaving.
So it has that villain look, like a lot of Satans in movies,
Dastardly from the Speed Racer or Wacky Racers.
Well, my dad had a beard. Have I ever showed you all a picture of my dad?
Yeah. I think I saw some on Facebook recently.
All right, let me pull up a picture here of my dad. So let's see here.
Wacky tobacco people. Uh-oh.
And I'll screen share it. Just hang on.
Pipe tobacco. That's a humidor.
So
yeah.
Let's see here.
Wow.
Picture of my dad. Picture of my dad.
Oh, that's a nice picture.
Oh, where in the hell did I put it? I know it's on here.
J.M. Boswell's. Bethlehem.
I mean, not Jay. Eric gave me some really good lessons in pipe maintenance one time. It was very, very good advice.
All right, everyone. So now I present to you my father.
In my father.
All right, here we go. Here's my dad.
Sweet.
Yep, he died in 2016 at the age of 62. This is one of the last pictures before he died. I think this was August 2016.
A little early for death. That is terrible.
But yes, this is my dad. And in case you hadn't noticed, I get his broad forehead from him.
Screw you, father. No.
So yes, this is my dad. May he rest in peace. So let me turn off screen sharing, and then I will show you my mother, as well as my half-sister.
No,
So, y'all think I look like my dad?
No, yeah. I don't see any. I don't see it.
You don't see it? Okay, let me bring it back up.
I think Eric, you saw my Gothic cathedral that I made, with the gargoyles and everything.
I saw that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I tweaked it though. It's better now.
Cool.
Oh. No.
Turn.
Yeah. Now, if
there's a pipe loaded for my smoking pleasure.
If you're smoking a moist pipe tobacco like a Captain Black, you don't have to really pack it in.
All right, there we go. Now see if you can just click on that link, because that's the link to that picture I was going to try to show you.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have this one pipe tobacco called Lane 1Q that is a little bit of a flavor, more of a, they call it aromatic, a flavored tobacco. Otherwise, I like the cigar. I like the cigars. I like the pipes tobacco that's more of a natural just blends and not.
Yeah, they call them Cavendish, black Cavendish or golden.
Yeah, the Captain Black stuff. Yeah, it's not Cavendish. I don't know a whole bunch about different strains. What is marijuana? Different varietals of tobaccos, but Cavendish and black Cavendish isn't even a kind of tobacco that grows out of the ground. It grows. They could use Virginia tobacco and then
They soak it.
cure them.
They cure. Yeah, they cure it. They soak it in whatever.
Yep. Exactly.
Like cherry. Sometimes they'll use cherry liqueur with some tobaccos.
That's distinctively what black Cavendish typically is, and black Cavendish isn't typically used in just just as a single tobacco in a blend. They're blending that. They blend other tobaccos.
So it won't let me screen share, but yes, I posted the link to that picture over there in the chat.
Okay.
Anyone wants to look at them?
Let me see. Let me see if I can.
All right. I'm going away, but in less than 20 to 30 seconds, he'll send me back again.
Okay.
Okay. The comments box that is visible to me doesn't have it, but I'm wondering if there's other comments being posted.
I posted it here in private chat.
Private. Okay. So it'll probably appear when the show's over on YouTube in the comment section there.
Okay.
It's not appearing here. Yeah, some children take after the mother's side, some take after the father, some are a blend of both sides.
Well, in terms of looks, I think I look a lot like my dad now, personality-wise. I'm the good and bad of both of them.
Yeah, so in other words, between physical traits and personality traits, you're a blend of both sides.
Of personality, yes. Now, physical-wise, I am my dad.
Okay.
But in terms of personality, yes. I'm the good and the bad of both of their personalities. So, they were both born in July, so they're both Cancers. So, I'm a Taurus. So, Taurus and Cancers do get along to a point. But the one that Tauruses do not get along with are Aquariuses. Now, my half-sister is an Aquarius. We fight like cats and dogs. I had an ex who was an Aquarius. We fought like cats and dogs.
Well, Taurus is an earth sign. Aquarius is an air sign, despite the name Aquarius. Cancers are a water sign.
Well, both my parents are Cancers. My mom, July 3rd. My dad, July 9th.
Oh, really? My mother was born July 4th. How about that? Your mom was born July 3rd.
They're both Cancers. So my dad died at the age of 62 in 2016. So if he were still alive, he would have turned the big 65. And my mom just turned 57 this year.
Well, Cancerians are known for being able to manage money very well.
Depends.
As a trait, but it depends on your rising sign too. Like if you're born in the afternoon, or evening, you might have a different astrological rising sign. Like
I was born in the evening. I was born at 8:22 p.m.
Well, you can get a free. I wouldn't say general forecast because it goes into a lot of detail. You can get a free forecast from a company called Astrolab. They have a chart, but you have to know the exact time of birth, of course, place of birth, date, but the time of birth is very important for an accurate astrological forecast. And my mom, when she was alive, and my sister had it done, and they printed it out, and I read it, and I had, shit, I said, this is pretty detailed for free, and it goes into all aspects of your life. And it's well worth doing. You could save it to your hard drive. Yeah, Astrolab. It's a free chart. And then, of course, if you want a life chart in fine detail, you have to pay a little bit.
Mhm.
But the free chart is
So
pretty,
yes.
yeah, it's pretty good.
So yes, I was born May 18th, which is really close to Gemini. So if you're really close to another sign, you also share aspects with the other sign.
the cusp,
So
almost on the cusp here.
yes, so May 18th is the last few days of Taurus. So May 20th is when Gemini starts. So I do share some aspects with Geminis, considering my wife is a Gemini herself. Now, what makes that interesting is when you've got a Taurus that's really close to Gemini and shares some aspects of Gemini is you got a very stubborn, very hard-headed, free-willed, independent thinker with a Jekyll and Hyde personality.
Well, that's Gemini, and Taurus is they're very opinionated and they're very set in their ways. Virgos are known to be very critical. They nitpick everybody. Every sign has something. Scorpios are like nymphomaniacs, they say. So on and so forth. But
So yes, that kind of describes me as, I've never really shown my other personality because you got an active and a passive personality, so everyone kind of shares that aspects with Geminis, but my chill personality that I let people see 99% of the time is the exact opposite of my other personality that I've got, which only comes out 1% of the time, but it's there, trust me. And I think you've seen it.
yeah, well, I've known you long enough to.
No, what I mean is I think you got a taste of my other personality when I sent you that last private message, and we've not spoken since.
Yeah, well, you got upset, and
No, I didn't get upset. I just flat out told it as it is.
yeah, well, no, I listen. I've heard worse than what you said, and I did not. I'm not like a long-term hold a grudge. You know what I mean? I would be a baby if I let that affect me.
I still stand by what I say.
I
I'm not changed my mind on it.
I just let it go. I mean, we based on the topic, I had what I thought was validity on in my opinion, and you gave me your opinion, and I have to respect it. It's everybody has their take on subjects. Now, on a positive note, if you're having dinner with family in a popular barbecue restaurant, and some whack job comes in there, there is a possibility that a good, decent, nice citizen who has a firearm could save everybody's ass. That is very possible, but you don't know. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to see customers start like leaving and have the owner like go belly up. Now, hold on for a second.
Spoken Pipe 75. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't know you were going to come back.
So back to what I was saying. So here in the South, people open and concealed carry firearms all the time. You can walk into just about any restaurant around here. I guarantee no matter where you go, McDonald's, Wendy's, Hardee's, local restaurants, someone is going to be open carrying a firearm. And do people really give two fucks less? No, they don't. In fact, they're not going to go up to this person, open or concealed carrying, saying, what you're doing is threatening and intimidating, you're scaring children. It's bullshit.
Well, the stand your ground states. Now that's scary because, what are you going to say? You have a debate about politics with somebody and you blow them away. And then the cops say, well, what happened? Oh, I felt threatened. I stood my ground.
Yeah, I hear this argument all the time, and that in itself is a load of crock. Our stand your ground laws are very detailed as to what quantifies and qualifies within the bounds of that law. And just because you get butthurt over someone's opinion does not qualify as being threatened or being threatening. So even if you were to do that, you would still be prosecuted for murder.
In other words, they sufficiently investigate every case like that.
Yes. Like, what were you thinking that just because you have this stand your ground law, that means you can shoot anybody and everybody as you damn well please?
You know what I thought? I thought the Deep South was just a bunch of rednecks that just shoot people they don't like because they don't like them.
Some people, yes, but is it illegal? Yes, but
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought of Yosemite Sam from the like boom 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 pow 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 pow, like the Wild Wild West.
Well, with the way things are going, you might as well get used to seeing people carrying guns. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, but what I'm going to say too is that I think as compared to the North, I think the Southern people are a little bit more hospitable than us in the North, and they're a little bit more accepting of saying, "Yo, what's up?" Because my brother, his band rolled through, I forget if it might have been the state of Texas, and they met somebody that they played that came to a show that they played, and they invited them over to stay the night, and they didn't know what the hell to think of it, but the guy was apparently very nice and cordial about everything. So I mean, you just if somebody said that to you up here in the Northeast, you would just be, unless you really got to know that guy over the course of the evening, you would be a little bit weirded out by that.
I mean, here in the South, people own guns. They carry guns all the time. If you really want to ease yourself, go up and just talk to the guy or girl that's carrying. Say, hey, it's cool. I noticed you're carrying, and what is it you're carrying? Talk about firearms. Open up a dialogue.
That's what their hobby is. That's what they're passionate about.
That's how I've always kind of broken the ice, just to show that okay, this guy or girl carrying a gun openly is not a threat to me or anyone else. So honestly, just kind of grow up and grow a pair. If that's really the least of your worries, then you would not survive living here in the South. I'm sorry, you just
it's like going to a craft beer bar or a cigar bar and asking, oh, what kind of cigar are you smoking? Oh, what kind of beer are you drinking? And then you just have a conversation based around things that people are passionate about.
Well,
and you know what other people have just said? Because it's my damn right. They just say that. It's like, okay, fine.
That people aren't sketchy as hell, but you don't know that, and you probably wouldn't know that initially.
I mean, you could go hypothetical this, that, but at the end of the day, people good and bad are going to get guns. They're not going to go away, no matter how much we want them to or not want them to. Just be prepared for when someone with a gun decides to go bad and do something evil with a gun. That's going to be stopped. Is a good guy with a gun.
Yeah, because
it's more detrimental to have all this fear, and have your opinions based on information, or not information, but have your opinion based around what your ignorance in the subject, and then your ignorance of the subject is driving your personal opinion about something. It's not very well educated. I'm not saying these people aren't educated, but within that topic, they're discussing, say, firearms. Some people are very uneducated. They just don't want anything to do with guns, so therefore they have all these different opinions of why it's bad. If you just told me you don't want anything to do with guns, and that's why you don't like guns, I would respect that way more than you just telling me, I don't want anything to do with guns, therefore they're bad. That's not quite very intelligent.
Well, the criminal element will always get their guns through the black market. That's not going to go away. I mean,
that's why your all strict draconian laws up there in the North make absolutely no sense to the rest of us.
Right.
I mean, hook or by crook, they're going to get it through the black market without any background checks. So,
I mean, I've looked up New Jersey and Massachusetts gun laws, and I got to say, your all's gun laws fucking suck.
The problem with the Massachusetts, and at least my town, has become a very good place to live for firearms owners, which is nice. But the problem is they're already doing things that you could pretty much consider unconstitutional, which is pretty much every single town and city in Massachusetts gets to regulate how you acquire your firearms license. And every town in every city is going to be different in how you're eligible and what the eligibility requirements are into getting your licenses.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Weird.
I mean, first of all, just the process you have to go through just to get guns in Massachusetts in the first place, and what options you have is just so limited that it's stupid.
Yeah, at least my town, the town that I live in, it used to be years ago. It used to be you got to get 3 letters of recommendation and then go in front of the police chief and plead your case why you want to have firearms. Since we've changed police chiefs within the last several years, and he's a very younger police chief, our requirements are, as long as you apply for it, you get all your thumbprint scanned and whatever, and it goes to our state's processing board, and they get all your information. As long as all that passes, my town will allow you to have a firearm license. They don't have any of that restriction where you need to have letters of recommendation anymore, which is the way it should be. As long as your background check doesn't show red flags about all this criminal, violent history in my town.
Or psychiatric disorders.
Yep.
I mean, I guarantee you there's people that are up there in Massachusetts who did not go through the firearms license. They probably went to New Hampshire or other states up there where they're not so strict about guns, and probably went there and then brought the guns back to Massachusetts. Probably illegal, but are they going to be able to prosecute everybody in the state who does something like that? I mean, come on, get fucking real. You have to
register those firearms once you acquire them from another state. Otherwise, it is pretty illegal just to bring them across state borders.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, just to be quite frank, the gun laws up there are so unconstitutional that if you were to be prosecuted for it, you know what your good defense would be? My Second Amendment right overrides your state law. Constitution is the law of the land and applies to everyone, everywhere. And if that would be what they would articulate to me, I'd be like, okay, case dismissed.
My friend from Shanghai, China was asking me, how come I'm always hearing about so many constant shootings in the United States? You Americans are obsessed with having guns. Well, here in China, our citizens don't have any. I said, that happens to be true. I says, we have them, you don't.
Okay, the reason why we have so many mass shootings here in the United States is our society.
One of the reasons.
Well, I meant to say, 2 big reasons is our society is physically and psychologically ill. And then on top of that, our society is crumbling and collapsing socially and economically. Our society is very polarizing. It's very alienating. And that is why we have so many mass shootings. I mean, we've had guns in America. In fact, our country was founded on guns. And this mass shooting epidemic is a sudden, recent epidemic. So obviously, it's not the guns' fault or the guns' problem here. It's a human problem.
I feel like in general, the premise of, I don't even want to say the premise of why a shooting happened is justified. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I understand the general point that some people just have grievances and they need to find a proper way to air out those grievances, and that's not the proper way to air out your grievances and problems on people, upon people that have nothing to do with your specific problems.
Exactly. Like, I'm glad you brought that up, because when there was the Parkland shooting and, Emma Gonzalez, Sanchez, I don't even know no one could figure out what her name was, but we'll just call her Emma. And I'll just call her bratty little fucktard, just to give her a name.
We can all agree on that.
So she goes on and says that, the Parkland shooter, he was weird. We ostracized him. We ended him because he was weird. It's like, okay, so you literally did the very thing that causes these things to happen. And yet you bratty little self-entitled fucktard want to come after me and my guns because I am the evil, terrible person.
Right.
No, fuck
Yeah.
off and eat shit and die. That's what I say.
Yeah.
I said, you're not, if she were to tell me that to my face and say, you're not coming for me, you're not taking my guns, do not try it, because it will not be a wise decision to try. And it's not just me that you'd be going after, you'd be going after millions of other Americans, and you will not want to go up against them and their guns. Trust me.
Yeah, but the people that go through all the proper training and really want to learn about firearms and really want to take all the safety precautions and the courses are like most likely. Now, we can't say that in every circumstance because every circumstance hasn't happened on the face of the earth yet. But most likely, those are the people you have less to worry about than anybody else that has a firearm.
I mean, the first time I shot a gun was when I was 6 years old. So I shot a BB gun for the first time when I was 6, and I fired my first gun at 7. I shot I think it was a Marlin 1022 with my granddad. And from a young age, I was taught gun safety. You know, you always treat guns as if they're loaded. Know what's in front of your target, what's behind it. Never point a gun at anything you don't intend to shoot. And
I was going to say, the golden rule right there of guns. Don't point anything unless you're planning on shooting it.
Yes,
which can be dangerous. Which can be a dangerous statement too in the mind of a wrong person.
And lastly, keep your finger off the trigger.
Until you've pointed at something you're prepared to shoot.
Exactly. So as long as you remember those rules, a gun is not going to get up and harm someone just by itself. Unless you're Shotgun Joe who wants to advocate these smart guns to where maybe they can develop their own consciousness and self-awareness to where they think human beings are bad and they take up arms on themselves and ultimately start shooting us. Then at that point, I would be worried. But that's Shotgun Joe's idea, and he's, some very inappropriate words there. But still, at that point, I would be concerned.
What was the T-shirt the guy wore? The guy, he played Jaws in a bunch of the James Bond movies. He was in the movie Happy Gilmore. He wore a shirt that said, literally, the shirt said, "Guns don't kill people. I kill people."
Was it Pierce Brosnan, something like that? I don't remember.
No, it was. No, I think the guy that played Jaws was in a lot of the Roger Moore movies.
Well,
he was the big, tall guy with the metal teeth. That actor.
Silverteeth. He goes by Silverteeth Jaws. I cannot think of him right offhand, but I know exactly what we're talking about. Was that Moonraker? James Bond Moonraker?
Yeah. That was one of the movies he was in. That was probably that must have been one of the more iconic roles that he played in the James Bond series.
And ultimately, it doesn't matter what you believe in, because once you give up guns, your way of life and your right to exercise the way you want to live is gone.
Well, you remember that there are two primary reasonings. If we're gonna be the literal, not the literal interpretation, if we're gonna use the original intent interpretation of Constitution and laws, you can look at the original intent being two different things. One is guns at that particular time period, and still for some people that choose to live in that lifestyle, are used for hunting and providing food for their family and their table. That's one reasoning why we have guns in the first place. And laws that allow us to have guns. The other reason is obviously for the protection against an unfit and unjust government and all the tyranny that can arise from that. Now, that's not to say that Shotgun Joe just goes to Capitol Hill and starts shooting everybody up, on his own accord. That's not what that particular way of reading the law is meant to be interpreted.
Form a militia against a rogue government.
Yes.
Government. Yeah.
Rogue government.
But we also have to, before we get to that point, in general, there has to be a pretty good consensus. I'm not just saying that you listen to X, Y, and Z on the news and then formulate that that's the opinion of everybody, but you have to have the consensus without a reasonable doubt I don't know how we're able to do that, but we have to have that consensus that the government is just plain old, not working, and therefore we should be either doing major ratification to our Constitution or just plain old throwing it out and starting it all over again.
Yeah. Well, the hunting comment you made is the primary reason for when the colonists came over and they settled, they started settling the rest of the United States. That it was a necessity to have the firearms, the rifles for
To have the food on the table, yeah.
food.
Well, yes, every gun is utilitarian, but what it ultimately was there for, if you read the entire language of the Second Amendment, now I don't know it exactly verbatim, but a well-regulated militia being necessary for the maintenance of a free state, comma, meaning and people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. So if we're going to take what that is, even at just a literal interpretation, so which means that even though the Constitution says that states cannot break off from the Union or secede from the Union, which in itself necessarily kind of makes it unconstitutional. However, that also means states can form their own armies in defense of preparing for a new government.
Yeah,
so
that's why we have that's why we have the National Guard in every state.
Exactly. Or a militia can also be of the common folk as well. Let's not forget that.
That's what the Minutemen were. That's what the Minutemen were. Because
a corrupt governor in a state could call on the National Guard and he could be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm agreeing with, the common folk is really the most important.
But the second part, comma, and the people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. So, that being said, that even the common folks can still own weaponry that the government owns. So even in the most literal sense, by just that, even just interpreting it on its surface, means that citizens can own military-grade weaponry and still be protected by the U.S. Constitution. Because the founders also believed that citizens should have the exact same weaponry that the government owns, just that way they can actually overthrow a government in case it becomes corrupt and tyrannical.
No, yes. I don't feel like using the purpose of original intent was for the government to allow, or I don't feel like the purpose of original intent of the Second Amendment was to allow citizens to own militia-grade weaponry. I don't feel like that's even where the original intent of that law was ever designed for.
Well, it maybe not necessarily in the language completely, but even just if you were to take it from a broad aspect, how honestly do you think, if push came to shove, how if a government was corrupt, that militia and the people would be able to stand a chance against the government? You honestly think that even if they were undermanned, underarmed, they really would stand a chance? No.
Well, go ask Kirkwood Smith how that worked in the original RoboCop. They just manhandled the city of Detroit and they just used whatever weapons they were going to on anybody because they had the means and the ways to acquire those weaponry.
I mean, like I said, if we actually really were to stand a chance, then by the people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, well-regulated militia, people can form their own militias all they want. And that still is part of the Second Amendment. So when you put two and two together, ultimately citizens can own whatever they want.
Right. And
whether you agree with it or not, that's completely up to you. If you don't want to own fully automatic weaponry, that's fine. But don't take someone else's right if they want to own it.
And
the general principle of the law, right? Yeah.
And a corrupt oligarch will always win if we the people had just hunting rifles and they had military, law enforcement, etc., with sophisticated weaponry. Then the evil oligarch will always have control to exploit the population.
There's also no reasoning that the guy that committed that mass shooting in Las Vegas should have ever been able to own the weapons and have the weapons that he did going into even just plainly going into that hotel.
Yeah, how the hell did he get all that up into the hotel room to begin with? I mean,
that part of the equation is polarizing, and I know we can just do as much as we want about trying to argue with whatever facts that we think that we have about how that could have occurred.
Yeah,
but in general principle and practice, it shouldn't have occurred.
I'm not shocked that he was able to acquire it through the black market. That doesn't surprise me. It's that how he was able to get it up there into the room, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
it was
anyway,
a fucking blaze of glory by the time the SWAT team opened up that door. He was already ready. He already heard the police force or the SWAT team, whichever one it was, coming, and so he turned around and was just ready behind that door when that thing opened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting back to that, I mean, and I hear these arguments sometimes. What purpose do you really have for owning a fully automatic weapon? Well, first of all, it's none of really your business or your concern. As long as I'm doing anything malicious or harmful, what difference does it really make if I do or do not own a fully automatic weapon? I mean, there are ways you can get them legally here in the United States. I mean, granted, it's an expensive, costly thing to do, but still, it can be done. Just because someone owns a fully automatic weapon or owns any weapon for that matter does not always mean they're up to no good.
Yep.
You ever heard this thing of going to the range, a gun range, a sanctioned place where you can take your firearms and have them for lawful purposes and enjoy them lawfully? No?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
that's where the that's where the more stringent background checks come, but people will still get theirs through the black market. People that are up to no good will go to the black market.
And I will tell you, I've shot a fully automatic weapon because here in Tennessee, there's a gun shop down near Knoxville called Bud's Gun Shop. You can rent fully automatic weaponry. Just to
You can't
have
bring them
at the
outside
indoor
of the
gun
building
range.
though, but you can rent them. Yeah.
Yeah, on the inside of the building, and I will tell you, that was one of the coolest experiences I ever had.
Shooting black powder was pretty cool when I was a Boy Scout. That was really neat.
Mm-hmm. So, see, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's always, they just want to focus on the weapons. It's like, just because it's scary, it's fully automatic, you can shoot, like, hundreds of rounds a minute, therefore, it's only for malicious intent. Or it's a weapon of war that does not belong in the hands of our citizens or on our streets, which is a pointless made-up term because any weapon can be a weapon of war. A hunting rifle can be a weapon of war. A shotgun can be a weapon of war. A pistol can be a weapon of war. Or hell, let's go back to the original weapons of mass destruction. Knives, daggers, spears, swords, bows and arrows, plated armor.
Well,
those could be weapons of war too.
Well,
they were for a long time.
An antique Colt 45 is still a 45 caliber bullet, right?
Yeah, it can kill a man or kill someone today, just as it did over 100 years ago.
What's the general law in most states that it has to be built before the year 1890 or 1895 for pawn shops to be able to buy them from?
No, it depends. Gun shops here in Tennessee, also pawn shops, some of them around here actually do sell firearms. They've got their firearms license. Yes, the two can be sold together, but usually if you don't want to have to go through the ATF and go through the licensing and paperwork, yes.
Right.
But
yeah, that's kind of where that statement, yeah.
Where Tennessee is a very gun-friendly state, just about anybody and everybody, I guarantee you, everybody in my neighborhood has at least one gun behind their doors.
Well, my friend that's from Tennessee that just moved to the other side near Kentucky, he has a huge collection of firearms.
Mm-hmm.
And him and his wife, they both have a huge collection.
And what's even better, as I like about Tennessee, is you don't have to go through all this licensing and paperwork and registration to get guns. I mean, here's how easy it is to get a gun in Tennessee. So we're not very strict on what you can own. So basically, you can own anything that's not National Firearms Act restricted, meaning you don't have to get a Class 3 federal license to own it. That would be like fully automatic weaponry, submachine guns, RPGs, explosives, things like that. So what you have to do is you go to a gun shop and you pick out what firearm you want. Then you fill out a form, and it is a consent to run a background check. And it's actually very extensive as to what questions they ask you. So they ask you your full name, and you have to write it as it appears on your social security card and how it's tied to your social security number.
Okay.
So that way they don't find the wrong person. So they know who you say you are is really who you say you are. So you write your full legal name, you write your address, your phone number, your date of birth, your social security number. Then you have to answer a whole questionnaire of questions that you have to answer lawfully and legally, because if you falsify or provide any false information on these documents, it is a felony and you can go to prison for it. So they ask you a bunch of questions of, have you been a convicted felon, or have you been convicted of a felony at any time? Doesn't say within the past year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. Have you been convicted of a felony? If you put yes, then unless your rights have been restored, then you cannot get a firearm. Right there, instantly denied. I mean, right there, no questions asked. You cannot get a firearm. So if you put no, okay, you're good to go. Are you a fugitive of justice? If you answer no and you aren't, then you're fine, you're good to go. If you are a fugitive from justice, denied. Which means if you have any warrants out for your arrest, like you skipped bail, you skipped court, or you fled from prison, what have you, instantaneously denied. Then they go into a little bit more extensive. Have you been involuntarily committed for psychiatric evaluation, or have you been declared mentally incompetent or mentally adjudicated by a court of law? If you answer yes, denied. If you answer no, the only time that there is an exception is if you voluntarily commit yourself and then you have been released. You have been treated and released, you're good to go there. Have you been convicted of any domestic violence? If you put yes, denied. No, you're good to go. Then ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. Are you an illegal alien? All right, you can put no, but it'll ask, are you a temporary U.S. citizen on a visa? Even if you put yes, you can still have a firearm. Then they ask a few more questions. You put your signature on there. Then they call the TBI, which is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, which is our equivalent to our state police. So they'll run a background check on you. Usually takes about 15 to 20 minutes. Then once your background check clears, they ring up what you're purchasing. You give them the money. Boom, you're out the door. Usually it's about a 30-minute process from picking out your firearm to the time you walk out the door. What firearms can you own here in Tennessee? Like I said, it's pretty lenient. They're not strict. Any pistols, any rifles, any handguns, that's completely fine. We don't have magazine restrictions, so we can own however many round magazines we want. We can own like 5 rounds, 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds, 50 round, 100 round magazines. No problem. Those are no problem whatsoever. You can own any caliber you want, basically. Anyway, from down to a lowly 17 caliber all the way up to a 50 BMG. No problem whatsoever. So that would pretty much qualify under any kind of handgun or rifle. You can own semi-automatic, single or double-action revolvers, derringers, single shots.
Now
those are no problem.
The big one is the Barrett 50 caliber rifle.
Yes, you can own those here in Tennessee, no problem. They're expensive, but they require no special licensing or paperwork. Just got to fill out the background check form, pass it, boom, there you go. You can own a 50 BMG.
Mm-hmm.
Rifles, anything you want. We can own AR-15s, AK-47s, as long as they're not fully automatic and they're not what would be considered national firearms licensed, where it requires that Class 3 license. As long as it's semi-automatic, it doesn't matter what cosmetic features it has. You can have a flash muzzle or a flash hider. You can have a foregrip under the barrel. You can have different optics, different flashlights, lasers, grips, stocks. Doesn't matter. Whatever you pretty much want to do, you can do. Now, the only exception to that is if you have an AR pistol. Now, an AR pistol is a little bit more stringent. Now, even though federal law says you cannot have two cosmetic features of what they consider an assault rifle cannot be on an AR pistol. So you could not put a stock and a grip on an AR pistol. That would therefore qualify as a rifle, and that would be highly illegal. Now, in Tennessee, that's not really enforced as far as I know. Now, granted, if the feds want to, they could throw you in 10 years just by doing that. Even though you may have not intended to break the law, they can still throw you in 10 years prison for that, even though it's just so pointless and stupid. That's the only exception. Shotguns, about the only kind of shotgun that you cannot own, and as far as I know, it's a federal statute, is what they consider the street sweeper shotgun, where it's got the magazine that comes out, and it's got like 24 rounds, and it's got the grip on it. You can just spray with it, or like the AA-12 fully automatic shotgun. I mean, as long as it's not that, you're completely fine. Now, Class 3 restricted license, or Class 3 restricted weapons, like sawn-off shotguns, suppressors, fully automatic weaponry, as long as you go through the proper licensing and paperwork, they don't care. As long as you got the paperwork to prove that you got it acquired legally, they really care. I mean, even if push came to shove, would they probably really enforce if you had acquired it legally? It would all depend, in all honesty. I'm not going to push it and test it, but probably more than likely not. I mean, Tennessee is a very pro-gun, very pro-freedom state, at least in this aspect of where I live. Now, other parts of Tennessee, maybe not so much, but around here, that's what it's like.
Well, for educational purposes, our viewers learned a lot. There's no censorship, so therefore we can discuss anything. I guess I don't know if Thomas Metal 75 is returning, but I think we broke the record because we are 4 hours and 7 minutes.
But I did forget one thing about Class 3 federal licenses.
Yeah.
So they each apply differently. So yes, you can legally own suppressors here in the United States. As far as federal law is concerned, they're under Class 3 federal licenses. So as long as you go through proper licensing and paperwork, you can have a suppressor. You can put it on whatever weapon that you put in the paperwork for it to go on. You can put it on a rifle, a shotgun, a handgun. Doesn't matter. In fact, some new firearms, like the one I can think of right offhand, is the FMP Tactical 45. It already comes with something on the barrel to where if all you do is unscrew it, you can attach a suppressor. That's why it's called a Tactical 45. You can put a red dot on it. You can put a suppressor. You can put extended mags. You can put whatever kind of 45 caliber bullets you want through it. I mean, that's really no problem. Just getting the suppressor, that requires that paperwork. Now, some people say you cannot own sawn-off shotguns, or as they're formerly called, short-barreled shotguns. Yes, you can own them legally here in the United States. So you can own shotguns with a minimum barrel length of 18.5 inches. So 18.5 inches and longer does not require any special paperwork. Now, if it's 18 inches and shorter, then that would be categorized under the short-barreled shotgun category. Now, what they will do is you apply for the particular firearms license, and you have to actually pick which double-barrel shotgun that you want to have this done for, or any pump action or single-barrel shotgun that you want to have this done for. So once you apply for that paperwork, you send off that shotgun, and once it's approved by the ATF, then it will lawfully and legally be shortened to the appropriate barrel length that you had applied for it. So yes, although it does cost time and money, it can be done legally. I mean, I've seen where people have gotten sawn-off shotguns where the barrel on the end of that shotgun is maybe about this long. A little blaster, as they'd call it. I mean, that's no problem. Now, fully automatic weaponry is where it gets a little more difficult. So there are several laws that regulate fully automatic weaponry here in the United States. There's the Firearms Act of 1934, then there's the Firearms Act of 1968, and then I forget what the other one is called, but it was passed by Reagan in the 1980s. So in order to get a fully automatic weaponry, you have to apply for that license. It's a $200 tax. That has not changed since it was passed in the 1930s. Because you could order a fully automatic Thompson submachine gun out of a Sears and Roebuck catalog. But because of the rise of organized crime due to Prohibition, they decided to do that to try to restrict it without necessarily outright making it illegal. So a $200 tax stamp in the 1930s pretty much put it out of the reach of most common people. Now, $200, while though is not super expensive, some people still cannot afford that. It's still a decent chunk of change. So once you go ahead and you apply for that license, it has to be either imported or manufactured prior to May 19th, 1986. There's no way of getting around that particular date unless you have your Class 3 FFL license. Then you can go after that particular date. So as long as between, May 19th, 1986 and prior, it's what's considered a transferable fully automatic weapon. So while that selection is kind of limited, there's still plenty of them out there. Like they estimate there's probably about 100,000 transferable weapons that fit in that category. So some popular ones that would categorize that, like an original Colt AR-15 from the 1980s, like a Colt AR-15 that looks more like an M16A2, M4 knockoff. Those could be qualified under that. As long as they're before that date, it's good. FALs, mini Uzis. Let's see what else I can think of. Thompson submachine guns, MP40s, PPSH-41 submachine guns from the Soviet Red Army, World War I, World War II weapons, Korean War, Vietnam weapons. Those are some of the categories I can think of right offhand that would be categorized under that transferable. Now, to get your Class 3 FFL license, that's much more extensive. But beyond that, if you were to get just a modern military Colt M4 with the works, with the fully automatic feature for the average person, it's not going to happen. Not legally, of course, I should say. So yeah, I wanted to specify that because I didn't want to give anybody any false information.
All right. Well, they definitely got an education in firearms, like you have given them in the past, and as well as other things that you are very well aware of, because you're a man of high intelligence. So naturally, you have a lot to offer. Any talk show. I think Eric is gone, so I am going to end the show because it has been a while.
All right.
I think I broke my own record. Eric's was about 3 hours. I'm like 4 hours and.
Yeah. Final thoughts before you end. I still believe in the right to bear arms socially and collectively as a class, because inadvertently gun control has been. I'm trying to think of the word. So gun control has always been deeply rooted in sexist, racist, as well as class antagonisms. That is why I am against gun control. Ultimately, I believe we should own whatever we want, as long as we don't do anything illegal, because it doesn't matter what you own, legally or illegally. It doesn't change the fact that murder is still illegal, and that there would still be unlawful purposes for using this firearm to where you can still be prosecuted for it. Well, that would not change as a result of that.
Now, there's a similarity to disarming American citizens with the right-wing concept of privatizing education so they can dumb down the population, and only the rich kids will get an education. Only the rich kids will be able to go to school. So you dumb down the population, you disarm the population. Now you got a bunch of lemmings. You have a bunch of lemmings that you can easily control. and
Mhm.
oligarch they would just love that idea.
And I guarantee you, if push came to shove, as much as these Republicans and these conservatives want to ram down your throat, we're pro-gun, but I guarantee you that their true colors would show, and they would jump ship to the Democrats and all anti-gunners the moment we decided to push aside the liberal versus conservative bourgeois narrative on gun control and gun ownership. I guarantee you that if the moment we gammon together to exercise our right to bear arms socially and collectively as a class to exercise class power, their true colors would show, and I guarantee you gun control, sweeping gun control would pass like that. Guarantee it.
Well, I'm very happy that this I think it's pretty cool actually that this left-wing progressive organization now has a new there's a new trend. They're wearing red berets, like military berets. I think it's really great. I would love to acquire one. I guess you can go online and get anything. But they're called the red berets, and like the American Democratic Socialists or Democratic Socialists of America, that organization. But these are the red berets, and they represent socialism in the United States, because capitalism is a complete failure for the lower 98%, and it always has been. I know I can't say this on other people's shows because there are some people that are very right-wing that do these beer and liquor shows, but they also think that a fertilized egg of conception is an actual human being. I told the person it's a potential life, like an acorn is to an oak tree. It's potential. So what's next? You're going to arrest a man for jerking off? You're going to say he's murdering spermatozoa? Yeah.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because as far as that is concerned, they don't want to give women rights. They're so concerned about men's rights.
Yeah, well,
so
men
they probably won't.
Yeah. Men get screwed by the judicial system once they get married and have one child. They're pretty much
not necessarily. See, I'll let you on a little insight as to how ultimately, even though my dad had to sacrifice some things in divorce with my mom, that he ultimately still won the divorce with my mom. Now, this is not to be an insult or to be derogatory towards women, but their logic is based on their emotions. So if they become very temperamental, very emotional, they're not going to think very rationally or logically. So if they get a lawyer that is like the same as they are, their case is tanked. Now, if you get a lawyer that might be sympathetic towards them, like a woman that can understand what she's trying to do or wants to do, despite how she's acting and wanting to go about this, then you got yourself a bit of a case to deal with. However, if you can out emotion and out logic and reason, then anybody stands a chance at winning. And that's another thing about being a lawyer is I'm definitely going back to school to be a lawyer. I don't know when, but it is definitely going to happen.
Oh, without a doubt, you will be an outstanding lawyer. You got it in your blood.
And I'm going to do this. And anybody can be a lawyer. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, there's no way in hell you can be a lawyer. I'm telling you, you can be a lawyer. Eric can be a lawyer. Jay can be a lawyer. Jay Terry can be a lawyer. Anybody can do it. All right? Now, some will be better than others. It's an acquired aptitude and skill, just like learning how to play guitar.
Well, look at how articulate and highly intelligent Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is when she cross-examines and interrogates. She's not even a lawyer, and she runs rings around the Republicans.
But here's how you can be good at being a lawyer from someone who is going to school to be a lawyer.
Right.
First and foremost, you have to have good reading and writing comprehension skills. That is definitely a must. You have to be able to not only learn how to read and write and interpret. That is definitely a must. If you do not do that, then you are not even going to survive one of the core basics on what it takes to be a lawyer. Second, you have to have good debate skills. Now, what ultimately tanks prosecution or defense cases is when they go after the ad hominem or non sequitur cards. So, in a nutshell, ad hominem is when you attach something else that really has no logical relation or logical similarity to what it is that you're talking about, henceforth ad hominem. Now, non sequiturs are where you are presenting your argument, and whenever you are closing your argument or whether you're presenting your argument at any stage, whether it's in the beginning, the middle, or the end, it's where you take a sidetrack that logically bears no relation to what you're really talking about in the first place. Like if we were talking about, how a particular crime was committed, where that ultimately would try to come in is where, they try to tie in circumstantial evidence as facts. That would be a classic example of that. And that's ultimately why a lot of prosecutors get their cases tanked. So as long as you can avoid those, you'd be an excellent prosecutor or defense lawyer. Now, the third thing, this is something that no college or no law school or anything can teach you. This you learn on the job. This is where you learn from other lawyers that you work with. Who can be the bigger scumbag than the other? Because if you don't, then your opponent definitely will be.
I hear you. Some of the politicians were prosecutors. Kamala Harris, of course, Rudy Giuliani. Unfortunately, he became nuts. But yeah, Kamala Harris, Rudy Giuliani were federal prosecutors. But you have to have a natural inclination, like you said, debate skills. You're very articulate, a knowledge of how the country works, how the system actually works. You can't get some imbecile who can't even recognize geographical areas in the United States at a school, and a lot of them couldn't recognize the states or the capitals. But if you have the basic skills, like you said, you can be an effective lawyer, and once you're an effective lawyer, you can be a career politician if that's what a person wants.
Well, a lot of politicians are former lawyers, but that's not necessarily what it requires to be a career politician. Now, as long as you understand how the political system works, the ins and outs, which ultimately is learned by, working for career politicians as interns or junior partners, what have you, that ultimately is how you learn that. Now, being a lawyer is excellent in figuring out as to whenever these career politicians write legislation, that it actually shows that you know how to write and also read and interpret what it is that you're trying to change in terms of law. Is it required? No, but it definitely is something that you want to do, because if you don't, then you end up with these anti-gunners and all these politicians who honestly don't know what the fuck it is that they're even talking about, much less even trying to pass a law that's really going to affect any real change. Because, great example, right now they're wanting to pass so many new gun control legislation. Like they want to bring back the Clinton gun ban, limit magazines to all firearms, 10 rounds, no military cosmetic features, this, that, and the other. We had that. We had that for 10 years, from 1994 to 2004. It sunset and expired on its own and was not renewed because they saw that inadvertently the Clinton crime bill did nothing to lower crime. It had zero effect. That's why it expired, despite what a lot of anti-gunners tried to do. Now, the biggest thing they're trying to do is fix the background check system.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get lengthy about the firearms.
Well, we're not, but I'm giving you an example, and
But
then
the
I'll stop.
lawyer thing, honestly, I don't know if Bernie Sanders was just an activist or if he was a lawyer. He might have been an activist.
Yeah, he might have. But the last thing I was getting ready to draw to, and I was going to stop was, they want to pass this, fix the background check system, the fixed NICS, as they want to call it. Little do they realize that, there are ways that criminals and convicted felons can legally slip through the cracks. And it's like, what really is passing all this new legislation really going to fix this problem? Because nowhere in this are they saying, okay, well, let's have 100% accurate reporting of all criminal and mental health records. Nowhere is this being seen in any of this legislation, because not all states report 100% accurate criminal as well as mental health records. So if that's the case, then theoretically, someone who's not legally allowed to own a firearm can slip right through the cracks. They can fill out that form, falsify it, slip right through the cracks, and get that gun legally. Even though they're not supposed to do it, that's one way they can do it. Are they advocating fixing that? No.
Yeah, I understand. Well, you know what? I don't think Eric's returning. Otherwise, he would have returned. So I'm going to call it a morning. I can't call it a night because already it's here. It's about after 1:30 a.m. But we'll call it a night for you. I think it's still night for you.
I'm probably going to go to bed about 3 o'clock and get up at 11.
Yeah, but so what do we got here on the show? Yeah, 4 hours 37 minutes. So anyway, have a good night, and
You too.
I'll talk to you.
I'll talk to you. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.